I disciplined our daughter. Those were the proud words my husband said when I called to check on him while he was babysitting our 2-year-old daughter. What do you mean? I asked. He explained that because she wouldn't stop crying, he had locked her out on the balcony and then, unbelievably, went off to play golf. We live on the 10th floor of an apartment building. I felt my heart sink when my husband came home that evening. He was in for a horrible shock. Our daughter wasn't on the balcony. When he looked over the railing, he saw the ground below stained with deep red. I met my husband, Tyler, through a mutual friend. He was 10 years older than me, but I was attracted to his caring personality. He treated me like I was special, and our relationship smoothly moved from dating to marriage. Being with him was the happiest time of my life, and I believed that happiness would last forever, but it didn't. A few months after we got married, Tyler started spending less time at home, always blaming it on work. He'd come home after midnight or sometimes not at all, without even a call. I knew his job as president of his own company was demanding, but before marriage, he made time for dates and would text me often, even when he was busy. After marriage, things felt completely different. At Tyler's request, I quit my job as a nurse to be a full-time housewife when we got married. Because of this, I didn't want to complain when he was working so much. Then, unexpectedly, I found out I was pregnant. The baby we were expecting, created with the man I loved, was precious to me. Thinking about our future child helped ease the loneliness. After some time, I safely gave birth to our daughter, Olivia. While I was overjoyed to have her, Tyler's lifestyle didn't change. Him not being home became the norm. Even when he was home, he'd either be sleeping or glued to his phone, not paying attention to or helping with Olivia. On top of that, he would leave us behind on weekends to go golfing, his favorite hobby. Before we got married, my husband said he loved children and was excited to raise them with me, but now, his behavior showed no sign of that enthusiasm. My parents lived far away, so I couldn't rely on them for help. I was struggling through first-time motherhood all by myself. To make things harder, my husband was becoming more controlling. He started criticizing how I did housework, how we were raising our daughter, and how I disciplined her. He demanded that I be the perfect wife and mother. "Is this all you made for dinner? There's not enough variety," Tyler would complain when he came home late at night. "I'm sorry, but it's hard when you don't tell me what time you'll be home or if you're coming at all. I'm exhausted from Olivia's night crying, so I want to sleep early when I can." Is that how you talk to the man who supports you? Who do you think puts food on the table? You're home all day, so taking care of the child, the house, and me is the least you can do. Got it? My frustration with Tyler kept growing, but whenever I tried to speak up, he would yell at me and shut me down. I convinced myself that enduring all this was the best thing for Olivia, to keep peace at home. There were days I felt like I couldn't go on, but my daughter's sweet smile gave me the strength to keep going. However, something happened that made me fear I might not be able to continue this difficult routine. When Olivia was about 2 years old, I had a regular health checkup, and they found something unusual. I rushed to the hospital, and they told me, "We can't say anything for sure yet without more tests. You should schedule a thorough examination." I made an appointment for the following week. The examination would take all day, and I couldn't bring my 2-year-old daughter with me. I tried to arrange temporary childcare or a babysitter, but it was too last minute, and everyone was fully booked. My mother was elderly and in poor health, so I couldn't ask her to come all the way to watch Olivia. As I was trying to figure out what to do, Tyler surprisingly said, "I guess I'll have to take care of our daughter." I was shocked that he would offer, but I had an even bigger worry. Could Tyler really spend a whole day alone with Olivia? He had never taken care of her by himself before, so I was very concerned. Still, There was no other option. So I decided to trust him and left Olivia in his care. On the day of my examination, I woke up early and wrote down instructions for taking care of Olivia in a way that even Tyler could understand. I prepared their meals and made sure everything was ready. Taking care of a kid is easy, Tyler said with a yawn. Looking completely relaxed, I left for the hospital, feeling uneasy about leaving my daughter. Even during the examination, I couldn't stop worrying. Had he changed her diaper? Had he fed her properly? I was so distracted that I couldn't even think about the serious illness I might have. When there was a break during the tests, I decided to call Tyler to check on things. After several rings, he finally picked up. Is Olivia okay? Are you managing to take care of her? Everything's fine. I've disciplined her. What do you mean? I asked, confused. I thought I could just let the kid play by herself, but she wouldn't stop crying because of your bad parenting, so I taught her a lesson by locking her out on the balcony, Tyler proudly told me. What are you thinking? We live on the 10th floor. You're overreacting. This is all because you haven't disciplined her properly. I had so many things I wanted to say to Tyler, but Olivia's safety was my top priority. Bring Olivia back inside. Right now. I can't right now. I'm out. I'm busy. Bye. My husband said before hanging up, without the slightest hint of remorse. As I heard his words, I felt the blood drain from my face. I immediately stopped the examination and rushed home in a taxi, praying, please let her be safe. When I arrived at our apartment, my hands were shaking as I opened the door. I stumbled down the hallway and threw open the balcony window in the living room. What I saw left me horrified. My daughter was in a terrible state. At that moment, I decided I would get revenge on my husband and put a plan into action. That evening, Tyler came home. Olivia must have learned her lesson by now, he said casually, humming as he opened the window. Looking around for our daughter, he frantically glanced left and right.
No, it can't be. Tyler leaned over the railing and looked down, then screamed and stumbled backward. He was shaking, clearly in shock. Well, it's time for me to make my appearance, I thought. I had been hiding in the kitchen, watching his reaction. I'm home, thanks for babysitting, I said, acting as if I had just returned. Oh, you're back, it's terrible. Olivia might have fallen from the balcony, he blurted out, still in shock. What, you mean what you said on the phone earlier was serious? I thought it was some kind of joke, I responded. Tyler explained that there was a bright red stain on the ground below the balcony. I rushed to the window to look and screamed. Tyler broke out in a cold sweat, even more panicked now. It's Olivia's fault for not listening to me, he said, trying to excuse himself. That's no excuse. What were you doing all this time? I demanded. Well, I went out to play golf, he confessed. Are you kidding me? We need to call an ambulance right now, I said, pulling out my phone to dial 911, but Tyler shouted, stop, and snatched the phone from my hand. If you do that, there'll be a huge commotion, and everyone will find out. I'll be blamed. It's not my fault. This happened because you didn't discipline her properly. Figure out what to do yourself, he shouted, trying to blame me even in a situation where our daughter's life was at risk. He was only thinking about himself. His selfishness pushed me to my breaking point. You're the worst. I've already saved Olivia a long time ago, I said calmly. What do you mean? Tyler asked, confused. The truth is, when I rushed home after your phone call, I found our daughter collapsed on the balcony. I scooped her up and took her straight to the hospital. After the examination, they diagnosed her with dehydration, and she was admitted immediately. If I hadn't cut my test short, I shudder to think what might have happened to Olivia. To see how my husband would react, I spread ketchup mixed with water on the ground below the balcony to make him think she had fallen. When I explained this, his face turned red with anger, and he came toward me, but I didn't flinch. I glared right back at him. Do you have any right to be angry? You left our daughter to go have fun, Didn't you? You went on a golf date with Amanda, didn't you? Wait, how did you? To be honest, I had suspected my husband of cheating shortly after our daughter was born because he was always away. Then, I got a message from a woman named Amanda, who said she worked with my husband. She kept calling and messaging me, asking me to break up with Tyler, which confirmed my suspicions. I could have filed for divorce right then, but Olivia was so young, and I needed to prepare carefully. During that time, I gathered evidence of how terribly Tyler had treated me and how little help he had been with childcare, all to ensure a favorable divorce. Amanda would constantly try to show off how close she and Tyler were. She even told me that all the times I thought he was working, they were actually on dates and trips together. So, when Tyler left Olivia on the balcony, I assumed he was off on another date with Amanda. Tyler looked shocked when I mentioned Amanda had been contacting me. I have enough evidence of your affair, please divorce me, I said, presenting him with the divorce papers. Furious, he refused. Amanda is just a fling, it's ridiculous to divorce over that. What about my reputation? I've been supporting you, so just shut up and do as I say. He started coming toward me, but I wasn't afraid. You can't think your selfish reasoning will work. Besides, I'm going to report what you did to Olivia. Tyler smirked, as if mocking me. Olivia is fine, she was just playing on the balcony and felt unwell. There's no proof I did anything wrong. Do you really think, after enduring all this time and gathering evidence, I would slip up now? I replied, pulling something out of my pocket. When did you? He asked, confused. After taking Olivia to the hospital, I had hidden a voice recorder in my pocket to capture his words. I had recorded everything from the moment he came home until now. I'm going to take this to the police. What you did to Olivia is a crime. Seeing how serious I was, Tyler became visibly shaken, sweating in panic. Please, anything but that. I'm sorry for everything, he said. His tone completely changed. For the first time, he apologized and even got down on his knees, begging for forgiveness. But I wasn't moved. How could I forgive you for putting our daughter in danger? You failed as both a husband and a father. With that, I left the house to go to the police. Tyler was questioned and arrested based on the evidence I provided. The incident made local news and spread on social media, causing his company to lose its reputation and eventually go bankrupt. Both Tyler and Amanda lost their jobs. Through my lawyer, I finalized the divorce and received $120,000 in alimony and child support. I also sued Amanda for $220,000 in damages. Olivia recovered fully, and we're now living a healthy, happy life. I also had a full medical checkup and was relieved to be in good health. I've returned to work as a nurse and look forward to living freely with my daughter from now on.
Annie decided to postpone both joy and anxiety for the moment. She would work for at least a month before deciding whether she was lucky or not. Most of her acquaintances, upon learning that she was seeking a job as a caregiver and had posted her resume on a job search site, shared cautionary tales about the profession. It seemed that anyone who had ever encountered into this field, be it a co-worker's great aunt or a friend's sister-in-law, would advise against it, unless there were no other options. Annie saw no other alternatives. She needed to earn money for her grandmother's surgery. The queue for free treatment might not wait. The doctor at the hospital where Annie had started working after medical college had been frank about this. The operation should be done within the next 6 months. If I were you, I wouldn't rely on chance. Start collecting funds now. After this conversation, Annie called her mum, and they had a final brainstorming session. Previously, they had been afraid, postponing and hoping for something, but now a premonition struck them. There was no time left to wait. They went through their options. There was nothing to sell except a small apartment in their native town, where, until recently, she, her mother and grandmother had lived as a trio. And then Annie left for the city to study and work. She missed her mother and grandmother, but wouldn't admit it to anyone. It seemed like such a childish feeling that she feared being laughed at. When walking around the city with her friend Amanda, in the most beautiful places, she often thought, "I wish I could walk here with my mum. She loves this city so much, but she hasn't been here in so long." Laura, Annie's mother, worked as a geography teacher in an only town school. She had dreamed of travelling all her life, but could only afford modest trips to the 3 nearest regions, always taking little Annie with her, delighting in her daughter's curiosity. When Grandma began falling ill frequently, Mum became housebound. Laura never complained, but Annie sensed how sad her mum was, that she couldn't get away for even a weekend. Now, Grandma was seriously ill and needed money for treatment. Annie and her mother discussed taking out a loan, but given her mother's salary, banks would only offer them huge interest rates. Annie hadn't even worked half a year yet, so she wasn't eligible for a loan. "Annie, let's be honest. What if we can't pay it back?" her mother said. "I'm scared of these loans. We can barely make ends meet now, and with a loan, we'll be half-starved." "That's just the beginning. Life can throw such curveballs. If something happens to one of us, the other won't be able to pay a loan, and those debt collectors will come knocking. No, we have to do something else. We need to find another job." Laura always took on part-time work. Sometimes someone needed a geography tutor or an hour of babysitting. Of course, it was a pittance. Mum couldn't take on anything more serious because she was afraid to leave Grandma unattended for long. "I should have thought of this sooner. Silly me," the mother mused aloud to Annie. "I should have quit school long ago and learned an online profession. I wonder if there are remote travel agents. And I'm stuck in this job. I don't know why. Now it's too late to cry over spilled milk. We need money quickly, and something must be done." Of course, Laura knew why she stayed, but she didn't want to appear sentimental. She loved her work and knew how to connect with her students. They respected the geography teacher, found her lessons interesting, and behaved better than in many other subjects. Laura and Annie decided that if neither of them found a well-paying job within a month, they would have to take out a loan. Now, with the month almost over, their job search had yielded no results. "Well, think about it. Many people take out loans and somehow manage." Laura tried to reassure herself cheerfully while talking on the phone with Annie. "I'm just being overly cautious, afraid to take a risk. We'll wait a week and then go to the bank. Come what may." Annie remained silent, desperately hoping for a miracle. In her resume, she mentioned that she had graduated from medical school with honours, figuring that might help. She also stated her plans to study paediatrics in the future. She even included the real reason for her urgent job search, the need to raise money for a relative's operation. Her friend Amanda advised against this, saying, "It's unnecessary. Better to remove it. No one's interested in your personal circumstances. On the contrary, they might think you'll be preoccupied with your own problems and won't work well." Annie considered this and replied, "No, I'd better leave it in. Maybe they'll think that if the reason is so serious, I'll work faithfully. You yourself said yesterday that people in good situations don't sign up for such work." "Well, yes, I did say that. Our ever-memorable you," Amanda agreed reluctantly. "Just don't grab the first offer if it's absolutely unsuitable." "What counts as unsuitable, Amanda? I need to know so I don't fall into that trap." Annie tried to joke. "You'll know it when you see it. The most common scenario for caregivers is probably some bedridden elderly person who needs to be turned, washed, and all that. Probably cranky too. And look at you. You're too tiny for such a job. If the patient is too heavy, my potential employers will refuse me right away," Annie reassured her friend. My 50 kilograms won't inspire much confidence. I've been telling you for days, this isn't the job for you. Amanda, what is for me then? Well, whatever. Just give it a try. Yes, the first 2 weeks of the job search proved even more disheartening than Amanda had predicted. There were no real options. A few people agreed to hire an inexperienced nurse, fresh out of nursing school, but upon seeing Annie, they immediately declined. You're too skinny. You'll break down on the first day, and we'll have wasted time when we could have found someone stronger. You're far too young and impressionable, I can tell. How could your mother let you apply for such a job? This isn't what I had in mind. Even an impenetrable elephant would cry, with my "I'm sorry, but you're not the person we're looking for." Believe me, even a thick-skinned elephant can barely stand up to my squabbling mother-in-law. You're definitely not right for us. Oh, the stories Annie heard, the life situations she witnessed. Many people openly disliked their relatives, resenting having to part with money and let a stranger into their home. Of course, there were some loving families. One tired but still striking lady in her 60s asked Annie to wait 5 minutes in the next room while she consulted her father. She returned and said, "It's clear you're a decent and kind girl. Papa likes you very much, and that's precisely why he's adamantly against you caring for him as a bedridden patient requires. He says he'd be ashamed in front of a pretty girl, that he'd rather die. To quote him directly, 'I'm sorry for wasting your time, but we need someone else.'" Amanda's friend wasn't surprised at all. "I thought as much. Do you know who they do want? Look at our Vicky. She's practically a sumo wrestler. Tireless, unflappable, impenetrable. She gets to work like an unstoppable train. Not every patient will be comfortable with her, psychologically speaking, but the relatives feel more at ease." "What a kind girl you are," Annie laughed. "I wish Vicky could hear you." "I'm just being honest. Isn't it an accurate portrait of hers?" There was no arguing with that, though Amanda considered herself more adapted to life, often grumbling at Annie. Her company was far preferable for Annie to being alone with her thoughts in a half-empty, cramped rented room. But on this day, as Annie was sadly anticipating another hopeless evening, everything changed. No sooner had she greeted her roommate than the phone rang. A pleasant, melodious female voice, reminiscent of business-class flight attendants in movies, informed her that she was expected for an interview tomorrow at 7 p.m. at a specific address. Annie immediately realized the caller wasn't a relative of the patient and tried to interject. "Excuse me, miss, to avoid wasting your time, if I'm not suitable, may I ask a few questions?" "All questions will be addressed at the interview," the woman replied with unwavering politeness. "The client is satisfied with everything in your resume. There are no further questions. The hiring decision will be made only after a personal meeting." "Thank you very much. I'll be there by 7 o'clock, Annie responded, unconsciously mimicking the woman's tone. I wonder if she thought I was mocking her. Well, she had to go. It was an odd start, though, hiring a caregiver through a secretary. Who could it be for? But as her beloved grandmother used to say, any attempt could lead to success. Annie couldn't remember what exactly her grandmother had been referring to, but the phrase had stuck with her. The next day, after some consideration, the young woman decided to splurge on a taxi. It was already autumn, and she'd have to navigate an unfamiliar neighbourhood in the dark, risking being late. The cab driver brought Annie to a high wrought-iron fence, behind which stood a 2-story cottage surrounded by a garden. It had an elegant stone facing and a matching stone archway at the entrance. A garden lantern illuminated the archway, making it resemble a cavernous grotto. This gave Annie a slight chill. She'd never been to a house like this before, let alone on business. Some people really know how to live nicely, the cab driver whistled, looking at Annie in surprise. He probably wanted to ask what she was doing there. She certainly didn't look like an escort. I'm here to apply for a nursing position, Annie answered his unspoken question. Ah, good luck to you then, the cab driver wished her. I hope they won't be stingy with the pay. He drove off, leaving Annie with 15 minutes to spare. Lights were on in the cottage. The guards had probably spotted her already, so it seemed silly to pace along the fence. She pressed the soft, pliable bell on the gate's wicket. Hello, I'm here for an interview, for the caregiver position. I'm a bit early, sorry. I was told you were coming. Come on in, I'll take you inside, the tall guard replied, and Annie followed him under the stone archway. For some reason, she recalled a line from an old fairy tale. Never look back. And she didn't. Inside, the house resembled the cottages in small towns where her grandmother's favourite movies were set. Aged, dark wood, brick ceilings, bookcases and ceramics, landscapes on the walls, embroidered bedspreads and pillows. Annie didn't know for certain, but she sensed that this understated coziness, where everything had its place, came at a considerable cost. An internal staircase with elegant railings led from the living room to the second floor. One might have expected a couple of curious children to come running down, or perhaps a mistress or housekeeper, but there was only a cosy, melancholic silence in the house. A few minutes later, a friendly middle-aged woman, carrying a potted bush of white chrysanthemums, slipped out of an inconspicuous door under the stairs. She greeted Annie and announced, Mr. Muirbrook will be out to see you shortly. Annie realised she meant the master of the house. Indeed, after the woman had gone into the garden, a tall elderly man emerged from the door opposite the staircase, which led to the interior of the house. He walked with a stout cane, but kept his back straight, his frame gaunt and wiry. He's not having an easy time, but you wouldn't know it at first glance, Annie assessed immediately, briefly studying the elderly man's face. He might want to give the impression that everything's in order. How old could he be? Probably well into his 70s, judging by the wrinkles. But it's difficult to tell with this gentleman. His hair is grey yet thick, slightly curly, and nicely cut. The loose pants, sweatshirt and moccasin shoes could belong to a 30-year-old. The man suddenly caught Annie's gaze. With understanding, he smiled, with just his eyes, and said, a hint of irony in his voice, Have you had time to assess who you'll be working with? I'm Austin Muirbrook, the owner of this house, and the sole representative of my family. I'm looking for a nurse for myself. Oleg, thank you. You can return to your duties. The elderly man dismissed the guard and then, addressing Annie again, pointed to the armchair by the fireplace. Please, have a seat. Tell me about yourself, and then I'll outline my thoughts and preferences. She obediently sat down, while Mr. Muirbrook chose to remain standing. He leaned comfortably against the fireplace, his posture relaxed, conveying that he had plenty of time and was ready to listen to Annie's life story in detail. Mr. Muirbrook, I hardly have anything to add to the information on my resume, she said, feeling flustered. I'm Annie Lopez, 20 years old, graduated with honours from nursing school. I worked as a nurse in a hospital for a short time, but I'm familiar with caring for seriously ill patients. This prospect doesn't frighten me. In general, other potentials always asked my leading questions when they saw me. For example, how will I cope with heavy physical or psychological strain? Annie tried hard to think of something else to say about herself, but no ideas. Not even the smallest one came to mind, and there was silence in the room again. But it didn't seem to bother Mr. Muirbrook.
"All right, leading question it is,"
he said, rubbing his short, stubbly beard.
"You have the demeanour, appearance, and speech of an educated young woman. You're most likely intelligent and observant. Why didn't you go straight to medical school to become a doctor?"
No one had ever asked Annie this question before, and she had never considered how to answer it in a way that might help her secure a job. Don't panic, she thought to herself. Mr. Muirbrook is, in his own words, a lonely man. Maybe he's used to talking about life with the guards and other staff to dispel boredom, and here I am, an alarmist, immediately fearing a catch. If I answer you honestly, you might think that I'm trying to make you feel sorry for me, Annie warned.
"Thank you for the warning. Give it a try,"
he replied amicably. There's no mystery, really. It's like many people's situations, she responded. I only have a retired grandmother and my mother, who works as a geography teacher in my hometown. Medical college takes 6 years, and if you study diligently, it's impossible to work full-time. And there's certainly no one to support me all these years. On the contrary, my family needs my help. I plan to work after nursing school, first wherever they'd take me without experience, and after a year, look for vacancies in private clinics. I hoped to save up some money and try to enroll in medical college in 3 years.
"There's nothing pathetic about your story,"
Mr. Muirbrook declared.
"It's just that everything worked out a little later than for those who had someone to support them. There's no tragedy in that."
I haven't been thinking about it at all for the last months, replied Annie. The important thing now is to raise money for my grandmother, and then we'll see. Mr. Muirbrook rubbed his beard again, nodded and shifted his posture slightly by the fireplace, rearranging his cane to adjust his centre of gravity. He then said, "Now, I'll tell you a bit about my wishes for a nurse. It might be a tad boring. My attending physician, whom I trust, strongly recommended this staff position. I have mixed feelings about medical professionals. I dare say their recommendations to constantly worry about health can turn a person into a wreck before their time. I've seen enough examples of friends who denied themselves a full life, protecting their health, and now they're gone, because no one knows how much time they have left. I prefer another principle. Anything that gives pleasure can't be harmful. My doctor somewhat agrees with me. I have a small business that I run for my own enjoyment, and I devote quite a lot of time to it. This excitement gives me the energy to live. But extremes are always foolish. I can't forget that I'm not a young man anymore, and that I have some rather unpleasant health issues. I don't want to collapse in an undignified manner at a business meeting. I have my reputation and other social tinsel, after all. Why disappoint people? That's why I need someone who will give me injections on time, ensure I take my medications punctually, and make sure I don't drink more hard liquor than I should, and all that sort of thing. I'm not bedridden. I don't need hygienic care. Of course, there are times when I'm in bad shape, but then I only create problems for my bodyguard, whom I pay for it. The nurse won't see those problems. To be precise, you won't see them if you take the job. Frankly speaking, those stern, studious women skilled in bedsore prevention put me in a sombre mood, reminding me of the inevitability of becoming an old wreck. I immediately told them they were unnecessary. Mood is the most important thing for health. I know better than doctors. I need someone pleasant to talk to. If I'm not completely repulsive to you, and if the remuneration is satisfactory,
I'll be glad to hire you. The contract will be drawn up properly, with the salary and overtime clearly stated. It's a live-in position, so you won't have to pay for housing. If you agree, Annie, you'll be shown to a room, and you'll need to speak with my attending physician, Dr. Palermo, to get detailed instructions on how to treat the guinea pig.
You mean the patient, don't you? Annie corrected with a cautious smile.
Did I say something else?
Mr. Muirbrook raised his eyebrows mockingly.
I accept your offer. When should I start work? I'll probably need to give notice at the hospital, and I can start work right after my last day.
Annie, I'll agree to languish in suspense for 2 weeks, said the old gentleman soothingly. But promise not to throw yourself into this scorcher at once. Let's put it this way. Now you talk to Dr. Palermo, and he tells you everything unpleasant about me. If after that you don't change your decision, we'll show you the room, kitchen, and all the amenities. Then I'll be waiting for your call after the conversation at the hospital. From the very next day from your resignation, we'll conclude our contract. Deal?
The conversation with Dr. Palermo turned out just as Annie had foreseen. The doctor immediately warned that he preferred to call things by their proper names. Annie would have liked her premonitions to be the fantasy of an impressionable girl, but they were confirmed by the doctor. Despite his seeming cheerfulness, Mr. Muirbrook was seriously ill. This was evident above all from the list of his medicines.
It's much easier for him to bear an ailment when he treats it with disdain. That's just the way he is,
Dr. Palermo explained.
And you have to take his illness seriously, but don't show it. Play along with the employer. Can you manage? Think about it. It's a job for a person of a certain type. Easy only at first glance. Actress, nurse, and psychologist, all in one. I realize that my patient wouldn't choose a grim nurse with strong arms for the part, but I didn't expect to see a young girl like you.
I think I can manage, Annie replied. With such detailed instructions as yours, it will be easier than I thought. I have a good memory. I'll learn the whole routine and won't give you a reason to worry. I just look like a schoolgirl. I'm actually a responsible person.
Well, that's fine. We'll see. I remember from your resume that you have a serious personal interest in a well-paying job, and Mr. Muirbrook is far from greedy. I can't take that away from him.
Yes, above all things, Annie confirmed honestly. But not only that, I shall really be pleased to help Mr. Muirbrook.
I'm sure you will, the doctor hummed. Girls usually have respect for such a life stance as his. Anyway, just don't let any feelings overshadow your duty as a medic, and all will go well.
No one in the hospital dared to openly express dissatisfaction that a good nurse was quitting before she had worked for 6 months. Such were the girl's circumstances, when money was really the main thing. Having learned the date of dismissal, Annie first called Mr. Muirbrook's secretary to agree on the date of signing the contract. After waiting for a return call, she immediately rushed to call her mother.
"Oh, Annie!"
Laura didn't know whether to rejoice in such a thing.
"You are brave. You're not like me. I guess I'm so unfamiliar with the realities of life at my school, because this kind of work makes me anxious. What kind of people are you going to be around? Send me the address of the house where you'll be living. And the salary is suspiciously high, so think of unspecified duties, you know, like in the fine print of a loan agreement. I realise that all this may only be scary in my head." "Yes, Mum, only in your clever globe-encompassing head." Annie laughed affectionately, wanting to cheer her mother up. "The salary is high because the schedule is irregular. I don't even have full days off. No one else will make injections for me, and I can't trust anyone to track the medicine intake, and they have the right to wake me up at night if they need help. I'll call you and tell you about my life and my surroundings to make you feel better. And Grandma, too.
She loves stories with new characters. And don't even think about telling Grandma that you got a job like that, Mum pleaded. It's not good for her to be nervous. What kind of Medicare you are in if you don't understand? She knows nothing about our decision, waiting for a scheduled operation. She's a naive elderly girl. When you call her, tell her how much you like everything, the city, the staff at the hospital, and let her sleep well. She has enough worries that you have to earn a living instead of studying medicine at the college. As for her friend Amanda, she didn't believe Annie's story until she saw the contract. Unlike her mum, she was not at all surprised by the size of the remuneration. In principle, yes, not bad. I'm even jealous. But it could be more for a job like this. No weekends, no passes. Sit 24 hours a day in this house. Are you allowed to go out on the town and have some kind of life of your own? Otherwise, you'll cry while you're saving money. Amanda, well, it's all scheduled. There's plenty of spare time during the day. If I like, I can go to the city every day, even for a little while. To walk with you, for example. But I don't have to pay for room and board. I'll live on full board. I can save almost my entire paycheck. What are you grumbling about? I'm grumbling because I can't hear the joy in your voice. Surely it must occur to you too that things are not as serene as they seem at first sight. Well, Amanda, that's it. Annie yanked her friend twice, lightly by the ponytail of bright red hair at the back of her head. Stop trying to prevent me from setting myself up for the best. By the time Annie had worked for Mr. Muirbrook for 2 months, her mother's and friends' fears slowly began to subside. She preferred not to discuss the difficulties, but otherwise she did not lie in her stories. The atmosphere in the house behind the elegant wrought iron fence was measured and calm. There was no one to gossip about, as Amanda called it. Mrs. Shaddenloo, housekeeper and cook in one, lived in a bright insulated outbuilding, where all the walls were occupied by framed photographs of her son and daughter-in-law and her granddaughter, who had recently learned to walk. Working for Mr. Muirbrook, Mrs. Shaddenloo helped the young family pay the mortgage. She was immediately happy to have another woman in the house. Born in the South, open and friendly, she immediately surrounded Annie with patronising care. She fed her culinary delicacies and began to teach her how to cook, sincerely surprised that such an adult girl had such poor knowledge about cooking.
How is it that neither Mum nor Grandma particularly likes to cook? Well, someone in your family must end this terrible ugliness. Let it be you.
In addition to Mrs. Shaddenloo, Mr. Muirbrook's personal bodyguard lived in the house at all times. The rest of the staff belonged to Mr. Muirbrook's firm, and only a few of his employees appeared in his house. Almost every morning on weekdays, Mr. Muirbrook's secretary Nicole, the same one who had invited Annie for an interview, came to see Mr. Muirbrook. They worked in the study for several hours, communicating with the rest of the staff via video link. By lunchtime, Nicole would leave, armed with a multitude of orders and instructions. How she managed to fit them all into her beautiful head was a mystery. Sometimes Artyom Ivanovich, the company's head of security, would arrive, an unpleasant man of indeterminate age, with a perpetually disgruntled, squeamish face. Annie felt awkward entering Mr. Muirbrook's office with medicine when he was present. "He looks at me like at a bug under a magnifying glass," she squirmed. "I'll have to learn to ignore it. I have clear instructions from the doctor. Whatever Mr. Muirbrook is busy with, he must take his medicine on time. He can make his discontented fish-eye grimaces all he wants, but I'll come when needed."
"I see you don't like my security officer," Mr. Muirbrook remarked to her once, without the slightest judgment. "Well, yes, I agree, he's not a very pleasant person, but he's a top professional in his work, and I don't have private affairs or conversations with him.
Annie thought that she would never be able to separate one thing from another so consciously. However, Mr. Muirbrook turned out to be a very interesting man, and there was much she would like to ask him about. She restrained herself, not wanting to appear a naive fool. She was a hired worker like the others, and frivolous conversations with her employer were possible only on his initiative. Mr. Muirbrook enjoyed talking, but that didn't mean he was going to share details of his biography. By the end of her second month working for him, Annie knew enough about his views on life, but almost nothing about his life itself. It was easy for her not to mention his illness, but she had to stop herself when she wanted to ask about his family. Mr. Muirbrook didn't seem like the type of man who would enjoy living alone all his life.
"Oh, Annie, I don't know," Mrs. Shaddenloo said. "As long as I've been working for Mr. Muirbrook, I've never seen any relatives visit, not even one. I've been wondering about it for a long time, but there's no one to ask. The gardener who comes in doesn't know anything, and I'm afraid to ask the guard. So I don't know any more than you do. I'm used to it now and don't think about it much. It used to cross my mind a lot. There are such worthless men like my ex, and yet in their old age someone takes care of them. And here's a decent man with no one. Money can't replace people's care. You can't convince me otherwise. It's okay. You're the compassionate one. But many people work like robots. There are people around, but the person is still alone." Annie's room was on the same floor as Mr. Muirbrook's bedroom, which wasn't surprising for a nurse. The only room closer was the bodyguard's, which had an adjoining entrance to the master suite. Coming early in the morning to Mr. Muirbrook's bedroom to take his blood pressure and administer an IV, Annie could always hear soft music from behind the door. It was always classical: Schubert, Chopin, Berlioz, Verdi. "May I keep it on?" asked the owner when Annie came to perform the procedures on her first morning of work. "Medicine didn't forbid listening while under an IV, right?" "Most modern specialists recognize the therapeutic effects of classical music on the body," Annie confirmed, unable to contain her smile. Dr. Palermo warned Annie that their ward might have periods of exacerbation of the disease, but so far nothing like that had happened. Mr. Muirbrook's attending physician never tired of reminding the inexperienced nurse that she should not lose vigilance. "We must be especially wary if our Mr. Muirbrook is going to attend some sort of high-profile meeting, negotiations, or a business dinner. In his condition, these are too energy-consuming. After such outings into the world, we sometimes have to help him recover for a while." And so, the moment Annie had feared in advance arrived. Mr. Muirbrook was going to a business meeting, and Dr. Palermo's instructions immediately awoke in Annie's mind like knowledge memorized the night before an exam. "Mr. Muirbrook, is it really vital for you to be there yourself? Does this evening alone merit the long-term limitations that may follow?" "Evil spirit of the Dr. Palermo, get out of the maiden's mind," replied the amused patient and clarified. "These are critical negotiations for me, Mademoiselle Annie, and I've just had a simple idea. Why don't I take you with me? You must be so panic-stricken and frantic to come up with excuses why not. That's what you're doing now, isn't it? Think of it as a special assignment, a personal request from your employer. I'll tell you more. Your presence alone will be enough to ensure nothing happens to me. Pure psychology. I'm used to trusting you. I feel calm when you're around."
Annie took in a lungful of air and exhaled. The only objection that could seem weighty to Mr. Muirbrook: "Would you feel confident, Mr. Muirbrook, if your business partners saw that you needed a nurse to accompany you in negotiations?" No sooner was she startled by her own tactless question than the old gentleman responded briskly: "Well,
there's an obvious solution to that too. Why do I need other escorts when I have a young, beautiful daughter? Not only will no one pity me or laugh behind my back, they'll envy me. Besides, I have a habit of making inquiries about potential partners, their tastes, their passions, their outlook on life. The Chinese gentlemen I'm to meet are very committed to traditional family values. So a father, accompanied by his young daughter, is a perfect match for a reliable partner. Help me out, Annie.
Of course, for your health, I would feel more at ease being near you. The nurse began to ponder aloud. But I might let you down. I am quite ignorant of etiquette. I could easily go with you on ordinary visits, but at such a meeting, I would look ridiculous and spoil the whole impression.
Nothing of the sort, retorted Mr. Muirbrook carelessly. You've imagined a reception at Buckingham Palace. Well, these business meetings don't resemble that at all. They're much simpler. You'll see for yourself, and you'll have one less prejudice. No one will pester you with questions like in an interview, especially since it's through an interpreter. All you have to do is act natural and look after me as usual. On all sorts of small things, you'll be consulted in detail by the secretary, Nicole. She's well experienced in matters of etiquette. At the same time, she'll briefly tell you about the activities of my business. You didn't ask me and I kept quiet. Anyway, you have a whole week in reserve. You'll have time to tune in without hurry. Spend as much as you think you need on hairdressing and outfits. Payment at the expense of the company. This is my answer to your argument about lacking outfit.
Later, Annie shared with Dr. Palermo all her worries, but to her great surprise, he only sighed with relief and announced,
I refuse to help you dodge that meeting. It is indeed better for the patient's health that you accompany him. In my experience, it's rare for a nurse to follow instructions so meticulously. Looking into your eyes, I would never have suspected such a trait in you. Besides, our Mr. Muirbrook lacks positive emotions, and here is such a nice adventure with masquerade. So, everything is for the good. Don't hesitate and go.
Her friend Amanda didn't understand Annie's fears either.
Aren't you curious to see how everything is organised there? What kind of job could you play the CEO's daughter at?
Take this opportunity. You'll have something to tell your kids.
Oh, let's go shopping together. Let's pick out your dress and shoes.
Great, but Nicole will come with us too. She knows what stores the daughters of people like Mr. Muirbrook dress in. You and I don't.
All right, then I'll go with you some other time, so as not to spoil your reputation. In my company, you had better not appear in front of noble ladies.
It was good that at least Annie had not told her mother. She had held back.
It's right not to tell, supported Mrs. Shaddenloo. All mums have such a rich imagination, I know from myself. But if you're interested in my opinion, not a soul will guess that you're not Mr. Muirbrook's daughter. Dress you better, and you're a ready-made princess.
A week later, on the way home from the negotiations, Annie suddenly realised that the meeting had been scaring her seriously, turned out to be much more harmless than her expectations. The meeting took place in an expensive restaurant that the Chinese partners had loved during their last visit to the city. It was about the export of a large shipment of mineral fertilizers, and a contract favourable to Mr. Muirbrook had been concluded. Annie didn't understand anything about deals, and decided not to go into it. It was better not to be distracted from her direct duties. But it didn't seem that Mr. Muirbrook was tired from negotiations, and she imperceptibly shook off the strains of the first few minutes. The youngest of the 3 Chinese approached her through an interpreter when it came to the question of what was better to see in the city if you only had 2 days. And, with scary business questions, none of the guests thought to embarrass her. Annie once again praised herself for choosing a simple, flowing turquoise dress instead of the burgundy one that Nicole had strongly advised. "Nicole, that dress is like for a princess, and this one is like for Annie Lopez," she justified her choice. Nicole agreed. "Then we should take this one. When you feel comfortable in clothes, you behave much more naturally." Annie marvelled at her polite calm. She herself was more tired from this shopping than from a normal day at work. Not all girls like shopping. After the contract was signed, gifts were exchanged. Mr. Muirbrook presented the Chinese side with the chess sets made of amber. But it appears that he was not the only one who had the habit of learning about his partner's preferences, and he was not the only one who could smile with just his eyes. The oldest representative of the Chinese company, with an oriental slyness in his look, nodded to the youngest, and the latter, with a slight bow, handed Mr. Muirbrook a violin case, which seemed to have come from nowhere, and accompanied it with a phrase which was immediately translated by the interpreter. "We often and with pleasure recall our first meeting with you. At that time, during our conversation, we realized how much you love music. You mentioned that you regretted never learning to play the cello. But when a person is young at heart, as you are, it's never too late to start. We hope our gift will help you with this." Mr. Muirbrook almost didn't hide the fact that he was surprised and touched. He quietly thanked them for the respect shown, accepted the gift with a slight bow, and immediately passed it carefully into Annie's hands. She didn't know how to behave in such cases, but recognizing the familiar logo on the case, she simply rejoiced aloud. Addressing everyone present, "What a great antique cello! It's a from us. They are of very high quality. You have an attentive approach to choosing gifts." As soon as they were seated in the car to go home, Annie quietly asked, "How are you feeling, Mr. Muirbrook? Only honestly." "I haven't felt so wonderful for a long time. No pain anywhere. Honestly, and you've added to my vigour with unexpected facets of your erudition. Will you tell me where this knowledge of the musical instruments comes from?" It seemed the meeting hadn't tired her ward at all. Annie was about to share how she'd come to know about cello when the phone rang. Mr. Muirbrook's deputy called at the agreed time to inquire about the negotiation results. "Oh, he should have rested already." Mr. Muirbrook smirked contentedly, stroking his beard, and said to Annie, "When we get home, we'll resume our conversation. It's an interesting one." The evening continued in the living room. The master of the house flatly refused to go upstairs to his room. "Days like this, so rich in pleasant events, are rare. Why don't we forget about discipline for once? Let's break the rigid routine just for tonight. If I'm an old slob this evening, I'll wake up 10 years younger tomorrow. I promise not to tell Dr. Palermo. You've helped me so much today. I vow to be grateful and speak of you only with delight." "All right, but just this once," Annie conceded, struggling to maintain a serious expression. "Let's say today is an exception for your benefit." "Beneficial indeed," the elderly man repeated with conviction, eyeing the bar shaped like an antique globe. "No cognac or whiskey, Mr. Muirbrook," Annie intercepted his glance. "I'll agree to that too," promised the host, tapping the malachite head of his cane. "Our conversation was interrupted on the way home. I never got to learn about your relationship with musical instruments." "It's nothing mysterious," Annie smiled, stroking the smooth violin case on the table between them. "Like many kids in music school, I studied piano, a bit of cello too, especially since my grandmother taught it. Many children are forced to attend music school by their parents, but I went gladly. I wanted to play like my grandmother. Parents often came to children's concerts, not just to see their kids perform, but also for my grandmother's performances. They'd ask her to play and then call for encores. They listened to her with bated breath. I'm no expert, but I'm sure she could have gone further. Something just didn't work out. I never asked. If she didn't tell me, she probably doesn't want to remember. But you didn't have to beg my grandmother to talk about music and instruments. She'd think aloud about everything related to music. That's how I inadvertently learned things I probably shouldn't have known, including the German company from us.
Yes, Annie, you chose to become a medic, Mr. Muirbrook observed, his look inquisitive.
The truth is, I didn't inherit my grandmother's musical talents. I play mediocre, that's a fact, but I'm content being a listener, especially since I don't live and breathe music like my grandmother did. If friends have a piano, I'll play a tune when guests want to sing. That's all. Everyone's happy. When I went to study in the city, even that stopped. It's been ages since I last held a cello. I'm not sure if I even remember how to play.
Here's a chance to find out,
said Mr. Muirbrook, gesturing towards the cello case on the table.
You'll try it, won't you? I just want to hear it sound. No need for masterpieces. Even a simple first-grade music class exercise will do.
Annie realized this was the worst possible moment for refusal. She took the violin and bow from the case, held them, recalling her technique, and announced, I'll play you my mother's favourite tune, simply because I have played it more often than others, and I'm certain I haven't forgotten it. Mr. Muirbrook nodded silently and sat as straight as he could, cane before him. As she played, Annie was relieved to find she hadn't forgotten anything crucial. He listened with rapt attention, barely moving, his glittering eyes fixed on the fireplace. What a truly unique, appreciative man. No one had ever shown such respect for Annie's playing. When she finished, she tried to return the instrument to its case as gently and quietly as possible, reluctant to break Mr. Muirbrook's thoughtful silence. After a moment, he turned to her and asked,
Who taught you this tune?
My grandmother, of course. I didn't learn it from anyone else. She told me that my mum Laura, when she was little, always begged her to play this tune before bedtime, or when she was sad. Over the decades, my mum's tastes haven't changed. I like it too. It's simple, but there's something special about it.
Do you know the composer?
I wish I knew more, but the composer is quite mysterious. Annie laughed briefly, trying to lighten her interlocutor's mood. But I do know something. It's Marianne Bradley, my grandmother. I was named in her honour. Funnily enough, my grandmother doesn't like her full name either. She always preferred to be called Mazzie. She even has a saying when she recalls her age. I was once called Mazzie, after all, and she winks at herself in the mirror.
Yes, often we don't truly know those closest to us, Mr. Muirbrook mused.
He seemed about to add something, but hesitated. Annie noticed that fatigue was overtaking him, only temporarily held at bay by the day's pleasant events. Let's go upstairs, Mr. Muirbrook. It's time for your bath, medicine and rest. It's been an emotionally charged day. I'm looking after you too. Thank you so much for the evening. I truly enjoyed it, even though I was hesitant at first. Shall I call Ilya? Mr. Muirbrook nodded in agreement. He was surprisingly cooperative tonight, not even dawdling with his caretaker, but allowing himself to be swiftly escorted to prepare for bed. When Annie came to give him the medicine, he obediently drank it and winked at her contentedly.
Good night, Annie. Thank you again for the evening. I'm sure our guests tonight have only my dark-haired daughter on their minds right now. Annie walked down to the first floor with a smile. All the excitement of the day was behind her. It was a pity they couldn't tell Grandma about it now. Before going to bed, Annie had to visit Mrs. Shaddenloo's house too, as she had promised to report on how everything went. Mrs. Shaddenloo had been so worried about Annie's outing the day before that her pie dough wouldn't rise. At least, that's what she claimed. Meanwhile, Mr. Muirbrook tried to speak quickly and quietly. His doctor had given clear instructions to his bodyguard about the chief's nighttime business calls. The night was for resting only, and that was all.
Ben, are you awake? Good. Write this down. Marianne Bradley, 72 years old, resides in a nearby town. Your team will find out the rest. We need to determine what kind of operation she needs, pay for it urgently, and notify all relevant parties. Yes, do it as soon as possible. The amount doesn't matter. Process it through the foundation as targeted sponsorship, or whatever works. The lawyers know. Coordinate with them. I want a detailed report of your actions and this woman's condition before and after.
That was it. He could consider that the powerful flywheel had already started turning, and the money for the needed hospital would arrive in the morning. It was quite possible that by the time they brought him breakfast, she would already receive a call from the hospital saying the operation had been paid for. This was the first and most important thing he could do for her. How to proceed would become clear later, after the operation went well. In any case, in the morning, he would summon the head of the legal department and his personal attorney. He should not be deceived about the length of his life. He should simply complete his earthly affairs on time and correctly. What was she like now? Mazzy. He surely wouldn't be disappointed to see her. She must be one of those rare women who retain a special charm in old age. According to her granddaughter, she was still as iconic as ever. And she remembered him. He used to call her Mazzy. It was a tune she had composed when they were on vacation on the seaside, and at his request she played it every morning.
Yes, that's what it was invented for, laughed Mazzy, to wake up Austin. Otherwise he runs like a lazy groundhog till lunchtime.
He adored Mazzy and enjoyed every day of that summer, and it seemed to him that there would be many more such days in his life, and that they would be even better. Austin Muirbrook quickly received everything he set out to obtain. He didn't attribute this to his own intelligence or character, but simply considered himself lucky. And this put him in a merry mood and made him attractive to girls. To begin with, he was born into the family of officials and was accustomed to the best from childhood. Good starting opportunities are a great thing. You don't have to fight for a place in the sun. You can let yourself go wild and save a life. One of Austin's peculiarities was his love for classical music. Of course, he listened to everything that was trendy in his circle, but he loved the classics. Thanks to his father's connections, there were never any problems getting tickets to concerts, and no one was surprised that his beloved became a violinist. Austin had had affairs before her, some of them interesting, but they all seemed now like boyish dalliances, mere rehearsals. With Mazzy, he planned to tie up his life. The young man had no doubt that his parents would approve of his choice. Thin, educated, talented, Mazzy could well be an ambassador's wife. But only Mr. Muirbrook thought so. His father and mother, to whom he introduced the bride after returning from vacation, at first really approved of her. Mother was even surprised. Who would have thought that that dummy had decent taste? But a week later, his father, averting his eyes, announced, "The bride is not suitable. There are a bunch of unreliable connections. Some ancestors were in prison for their political views. Others were hippies.
The only surviving relative is a childless uncle, some run-down theatre artist who got mixed up with a bad crowd in his old age. So yes, she is a lovely girl. It's a shame, but it can't be helped. Look for another." Austin was thrashing around in impotent rage like a raging bull, but his thrashing was worthless and shouldn't be sympathised with. Finally, he chose an embassy work in his career. He married the daughter of his father's colleague. And love? Well, there would be love, yet a married man is not a dead man. He had the guts to tell Mazzy the truth. "I can't marry you. If I could, I'd marry only you. But I can't." "That's all right." She shrugged her shoulders indifferently. "I'll find someone who can. I'll be honest too. I'm not going to be your mistress. Look for another." And she went away, and they never saw each other again. Returning from a long business trip, Austin accidentally ran into Kira, Mazzy's friend and colleague, in a fashionable restaurant. For some reason, he was as embarrassed as a schoolboy, and after greeting her with a few meaningless words, he asked offhandedly, "How is Mazzy?" "What else do you want from Mazzy, you rascal?" asked the not-quite-sober Kira. "You've ruined everything in her life." "We had a civilized break-up, Kira. She's a sensible girl. She wasn't even hysterical." "I recognise Mazzy. She's too proud to have tantrums. But just so you know, it was heartbreaking to watch her. She just resigned from her job and went to the provinces to her ancestral home, probably so she wouldn't meet any more people like you. She left pregnant and gave birth to a daughter, Laura. If I were sober, I wouldn't be talking to you right now. You're disgusting." Austin felt uneasy for a long time. Did Kira lie or not? Probably she just knew he would talk himself into forgetting it. It's his cowardly way. So what if he found out he had a child? He wouldn't even be allowed on the doorstep. Mazzy has a different life now. Let her be happy. And he should organise his own. 5 years later, he got divorced. More precisely, his wife left him for someone who loved her. They had no children, and each gradually developed their own separate life. They separated quietly, amicably, with relief. He didn't marry again, thinking it unnecessary. He compared all his girlfriends with Mazzy, and they all fell short, even the smarter and prettier ones. He threw himself into work and then business. He was very successful. As he grew older, he began to wonder who it was all for, if there was no one to leave it to. When he fell seriously ill, he again counted himself lucky. It happened in his old age, when he had lived enough. But he didn't want to die, and entrepreneurial passion fueled his vitality. He continued to work just for the sake of it. He found comfort in giving many people the opportunity to earn and prove themselves. He also founded a charitable foundation with his partners. But it didn't seem like enough. And now, it's confirmed again. He's Fortune's favourite. He still had a chance to redeem himself, and his granddaughter has come to visit. She looks after him like other granddaughters look after normal, decent grandfathers. For a paycheck? So what? Let's just say he's giving her pocket money. I'll talk to the lawyers tomorrow about the rest. A few months passed. As usual, before sleep, Laura called her daughter to share news about her granny's health. "Grandma runs around like a spring chicken, so you could have quit by now. Compared to that old lady you saw after the operation, it's night and day. You don't need to work that kind of job anymore. If you weren't so shy to ask for a paycheck, you'd have been with us long ago. You could stay home for a month, rest, and then we'd think about where to look for a job. Or maybe you could go back to medical school. You're not the only responsible nurse in the world. Your Mr. Muirbrook won't die without you, like a monster without a beauty. If you want to show some decency, wait until you're replaced and come. Grandma misses you very much. She just won't admit it. You see, she doesn't want to manipulate you. How weirdo." Annie couldn't make up her mind to quit. But one evening, Mr. Muirbrook announced, "You want to go home, don't you, Annie? Don't be embarrassed. It's natural. Go for as long as you like. Dr. Palermo has found a replacement nurse for me. I asked him long ago, when you went to visit your grandmother after the operation. Just so you know, you won't get rid of me, but you need to rest and be with loved ones. I'll practice my violin without you. When you come back, you'll evaluate me, but only honestly." Annie left with a light heart, promising to call at least once a week. Grandmother looked and felt fine, as far as possible at her age for an ordinary grandmother. Her kind, sly eyes sparkled as she hinted that she'd like to talk to her granddaughter alone. Annie had no idea what Granny was up to, unless it was something her mother shouldn't know about. But when Laura went to work, Grandma dragged Annie for a walk in the park. She liked to chat while walking. "It's so tempting to rush and tell you," she smiled. "The story is totally mystical. My kind of story. I'm laughing, but it's not hilarious. So, I'll start right off the bat. When you visited me after the operation, you had barely left when my miracle doctor came to see me before I was discharged with my medical records, and I managed to get him talking. I was wondering what kind of magical lottery ticket I had gotten that paid for my surgery. I explained that I wanted to know whom to thank. The doctor used the old folks' nonsense, mentioned a charity, but I didn't back down and asked for more clear information. The doctor patiently and condescendingly showed me a copy of the bank reference, stapled to the documents, and I read in small print that the operation was paid for by the fund of Austin Muirbrook. It's mystical. To make it clear to you at once, this is the man who called me Mazzy, who is also your mother's father and your grandfather. At that moment, I realized that you and my daughter don't know the half of my life, and probably never would have if things had gone wrong in surgery. But I didn't want to share it before, and now I do. It's easier for me to tell you first, then we'll think together how to present it to your mum. The granddaughter and her grandmother walked in the park for a long time, because the story was long. "Would you like to see him?" Annie asked in the end. "Not long ago I would have said a firm no," answered Grandma after a little thought. "But now I say, why not?" And this meeting soon took place. There were long conversations filled with regret, gratitude, and many other feelings. We often regret lost time, missed opportunities, and wrong choices. However, the main thing is not to spoil your present and future, because resentment in the heart blocks the path to happiness and tranquility. Mazzy and Austin decided not to dwell on the past, which is impossible to change, but to try to catch happiness, even in their later years. Mazzy moved in with Austin. They spend all their spare time together, as if trying to make up for lost years. Annie, with her grandfather's financial help, has finally managed to realize her dream and is now studying to become a doctor. She often visits her grandparents, and together they attend classical music concerts. "Careful, you need to add these in there too," a female voice hissed. "You're going to ruin it." "I put them in neatly as it is," the man retorted. "Take them and do it yourself." "No way, you're the one who created this problem, so you fix it," the woman immediately replied. In a few minutes, everything was ready.
The young man picked up a tray of coffee and flavourful scones.
"Grandma, these are for you,"
he said, setting them on the table in front of the bed.
"Breakfast. I hope you enjoy it. Heather made sure the cook prepared your favourite pastries this morning." "Thank you, Brian."
The elderly woman smiled.
"You're spoiling me. I can't remember the last time I had breakfast in bed. I think it was your grandfather. Oh, my beloved Matt."
The elderly woman brought her handkerchief to her eyes and wiped away her tears.
"Grandmother, that's not all. Please have your breakfast and get dressed. After coffee, we'll go for a walk together." "I'm all for that."
The mistress of the house wanted to jump up at once, but she couldn't. Unfortunately, age was already taking its toll. Grace Flynn was 85 years old.
"Granny, be careful."
Brian stared at her.
"God forbid you'll fall out of bed. I'll set up your breakfast table, and in half an hour Heather will come to help you get dressed."
Brian walked out of the room, and on the way to the kitchen his cell phone rang.
"Damn it," he cursed. "You're the last thing I need."
Brian didn't want to pick up the phone.
"Why are you always meddling where you don't belong?" "Hey, brother,"
Brian heard a voice say when he did answer the phone.
"Are you at Grandma's? I was going to stop by in an hour."
"Hi, Adam. Yeah, we left with her," Brian answered nervously.
"We want to go for a little drive. She asked us to, so it's unlikely you'll see her today."
"All right," Adam sighed.
"I'll check in with her tomorrow then. How are things going with you two? Have you sorted out the creditors?" "Me? Well, yeah. I'll tell you later, sometime. I'm doing all right." "And why do you keep prying into my business?"
Brian couldn't calm down after he disconnected the call.
"You're always snooping around for something. I hate you."
30 minutes later, everyone was already sitting in the car. Brian winked at Heather and drove out into the street through the big old gates. Mrs. Flynn's ancestors came to the New World searching for a better life and made quite a good fortune here. But fate did not spare the heirs of this family, so it happened that Grace Flynn was the only surviving child and the only heir. The girl inherited a huge estate, gold jewellery, and a large collection of antiques. She married an engineer who devoted himself entirely to locomotive construction. In the 70s, Mrs. Flynn's husband died of a heart attack, leaving her alone with 2 children. But, as they say, trouble never comes alone. 6 months later, the eldest son became seriously ill. Unfortunately, the doctors could do nothing. Mrs. Flynn was left alone with her youngest son. She received a good income from an enterprise in which her husband owned a share, so the woman wanted for nothing. Alex grew up to be a smart man, following in his father's footsteps, and became an engineer, but in the field of aviation. At 23, he married and the couple had 2 sons, Adam and Brian. The age difference was 3 years, and when Adam, the older boy, was 7 years old, Alex and his wife died in a car crash.
"When will there be no more coffins in my house?"
Mrs. Flynn sobbed at the funeral. But as her grandchildren were still small and required constant care, the woman fully devoted herself to them, sharing her love equally between them. However, the boys grew up to be very different people. The elder, Adam, was like his grandfather and father. His determination and assertiveness knew no limits. At the age of 20, while still studying at the university, he opened his first company. Now the man was the director of a large plant producing roofing and related materials. He was not married. He somehow didn't have much luck with women. The younger Brian was an extremely unreliable and lazy man. He never managed to finish college and, at the age of 20, married a photo model named Heather. Without any ambition, he lived as a parasite at the expense of his grandmother. To her credit, Grandma wasn't naive. She understood everything perfectly. Thus, 3 years after her youngest grandson's wedding, she said no, and Heather and Brian no longer received money from her.
"What an old fool!" the grandson fumed. "She's already got one foot in the grave and she won't let us live comfortably." Brian probably would have dealt with Mrs. Flynn long ago if it hadn't been for his elder brother. "Listen to me, Brian," Adam once warned him. "God forbid grandmother should complain to me even once. I won't spare you." "Who are you to threaten me?" Brian replied arrogantly. "You abandoned her yourself." "I never abandoned her," his brother retorted angrily. "I just always had a conscience. Once I started working, I never lived off her. You're in your 30s and still have no dignity. You're still on her back, and you brought Heather into her house. Tell me, what have you accomplished in your life? Nothing?" Brian couldn't bear such humiliation. He concocted a story about starting his own company, but a year later something supposedly went wrong. Either he was framed or money was stolen from his accounts. According to his tale, it wasn't his mistake. "Brian, thank you," Mrs. Flynn rejoiced, looking out of the car window. "It's been so long since I've been out anywhere." "Grandma, I'm overjoyed too. Do you know how happy it makes me to see you happy?" the grandson replied cheerfully. "Oh, Granny, you'll excuse me, but I can't go to the park with you," said the daughter-in-law. "I've been summoned for an important matter." "Heather, of course I'm sorry to hear that," sighed the elderly woman. "But as they say, some things can't wait." Brian stopped the car, and the woman got out. She waved to everyone. "I'll meet you at the funeral," Heather whispered. "It won't be long now." Brian drove Mrs. Flynn toward the old park. The woman looked around with childlike interest. Finally they stopped, and Brian helped Grandma out of the car. "It's so nice here," she sighed deeply. "Brian, will you take me to our garden sometime? I haven't been there in months." "Yes, Grandmother. It's nice there now. They've made proper paths. By the way, you forgot to take your medicine." He smiled. "But I put it all in one box on purpose. That's everything you had on your nightstand." "It's true, I haven't had anything since breakfast," said Mrs. Flynn. "Brian, what a good boy you are." Her grandson gave her a bottle of water from the car, and the elderly woman swallowed all the pills from the box. Just then, Brian's cell phone rang. He sat his grandmother down on the bench and answered it. "What? The hospital?" he said excitedly. "It can't be!" he shouted in shock. "I'll be right there. Grandmother, Heather's in the hospital!" He clutched his head. "She fell and broke her leg. Please, stay here for half an hour. I'll go to her quickly. If I take you to the car first, a whole hour will pass. If you need anything, just call me. I'll be quick." "Don't worry about it. What could happen to me?" the elderly woman reassured him. Go to Heather." The man rushed to the car, quickly got behind the wheel and drove to the hospital. Mrs. Flynn was left alone. She breathed in the fresh air and looked around. There were no people walking in this place. Brian had taken her to the farthest corner of the park so that no one would disturb them. The woman closed her eyes and listened to the birds singing. After a while, she felt a little dizzy. Then her heart began to race. "I should take medicine for heart." The woman reached into her bag, but immediately lost consciousness, her body slumping on the bench. "Gina, you're so lucky," sighed her friend, sipping from a mug of hot tea. "And I'll probably never get married." "Come on, Kirsten," her friend objected. "Don't think I was lucky. I never fully believed Frank and I would end up together. Remember how much we fought over the years? We broke up twice. I don't know how I survived all that. So don't worry. The day will come when your Tom will propose too. Just don't lose hope." "I'm starting to doubt that," Kirsten confessed frankly. 5 years of torment. You know, sometimes I think I don't even want him anymore. "Okay, Gina, we'll talk later." Kirsten winked at her friend on the way out. Gina had been working in the therapeutic department for about 4 years. When her shift was over,
She went back to her apartment, which she had rented right after graduation. After supper, the girl tiredly settled on the bed. She had long ago passed the adaptation period to her work. At first, it had been a real shock. She had felt strong compassion and wanted to help everyone, but very soon she realized that was impossible and began to approach everything more dispassionately. You see, you can't get too involved in someone else's pain, Kristen had once told her. Most patients will walk out on their own feet, but some will be carried out. That's just how it is. So the only sensible approach I've learned is to do what's possible in every situation, but to realize that sometimes we can't help. At first, Gina would often come home and weep, but then she began to realize that she herself wasn't immune to life's uncertainties. She didn't know what fate would bring her tomorrow. After accepting this fact, it became easier for her to work in the hospital. Okay, I must forget about everything else and focus on my wedding, she said to herself. Perhaps the evening they had planned at the restaurant couldn't be called a lavish wedding, but they were satisfied with the 20 people they wanted to invite. Gina closed her eyes and remembered how she had first met Frank. One day, a guy with a bandaged arm was brought to the ward. The doctor suspected a fracture, but Frank was lucky. The X-ray showed only a severe dislocation. It had happened while he was working in the bakery. A sack of flour had fallen on his arm. Gina applied a bandage, and the young man went home. A few days later, he came to see her at the hospital. "Hello, I'd like to thank you," he said timidly, and handed the girl a small package. "No, don't," she protested. "It's just my job." Gina lowered her eyes. "It's from the bottom of my heart," the young man persisted. 3 days later, Frank invited his new acquaintance on a date. They had been dating for over a year when the girl started hinting at marriage. "Frank, do you love me?" she asked one night. "Let's talk seriously." "Okay," he agreed. "Yes, I love you," and looked at the girl uneasily. "And what's next?" "Maybe we should talk about starting a family," Gina replied calmly. "We've been together long enough to decide whether we want to start a family or not." "Let's not talk about it now," said the young man coldly. "I'm really tired from work, and here you are with your demands." "What demands?" The girl got angry. "Frank, I love you. I want to marry you," she finally confessed. "What's wrong with that? And how do you envision it?" he said arrogantly. "We have nothing. We'd have to rent a place for the first time because we don't have our own." "But many people live like that," Gina objected. "Only a few have something, and 95% have nothing at all. So what? They live and have children." "I don't want that," he exclaimed. "Until I have enough money, I'm not getting married." But Frank didn't save as much as he needed, not in a year or 2. So the arguments between them became more frequent. "Frank, what do you want from me?" sobbed the girl. "You're just using me. I'm already tired of your irresponsibility. If you want me, marry me. If not, we'll go our separate ways." And Frank left. For 6 months he didn't communicate with Gina. The girl was distraught at first, but then she calmed down. "You know, Kristen," she once said to a friend, "every man should take responsibility for his relationship. And Frank is cunning. Everything is half-hearted. On the one hand, he says he loves only me, but on the other, he won't marry me. How can that be? I'm not a toy." But exactly 6 months after the breakup, the guy showed up at the hospital again. He apologized to Gina for a long time, even on his knees. "Get up now," shouted the girl. "Don't embarrass me."
"Gina, I can't live without you,"
said the guy through tears.
"I really need you."
After they reconciled, Frank was over the moon for the first 3 months. But then he retreated into himself again, and tension reappeared between them. Another half of the year passed, and again the girl started talking about marriage.
"Gina, well, I told you,"
Frank shouted.
"Wait another year. I'll soon earn money, and then we'll get married."
But this time Gina wouldn't put up with it anymore, and they had another fight. Frank was gone for 3 months, but then he came back to her again. "Frank, either we're serious or you leave," the girl answered firmly. "But I won't compromise any more. I can live without you, and you know it." Yes, the young man knew. That's why he was torn from one side to the other. At last he made up his mind. Gina was to be his official wife. "Lord, how much we've already been through together," Gina sighed. "I hope that after the wedding everything will be fine." She wanted to believe. Time flew by quickly. A week before the wedding, the girl also began to worry a lot. They had everything already prepared, but it seemed to her that something was amiss. Gina tried not to irritate Frank for any reason, so she did her best to keep herself under control. Frank nervously paced from side to side. The guy was distressed. For him, the wedding with Gina was a serious step. Besides, when he had already met Gina, there was an unexpected turn in his life. It was the middle of May, and Frank was wandering aimlessly. He had resigned from his job a few days ago, and now he wanted to find something better. But since the guy didn't have any education, he could only rely on hard labour, as they say. The young man was strolling down the main street when an unfamiliar young woman called out to him. "Excuse me, could you explain to me how to get to the market?" "Yes, you have to go straight ahead and then turn down after the traffic light at the 3rd Street. Frank gestured with his hand. "Oh," said the stranger. "I'm afraid I'm never going to get there that way. We just moved here and I don't know this city at all, and I'm not excellent at driving." She pointed to an old BMW. "Well, do you want me to go with you and show you around?" the man offered. "It's not that far." The girl agreed, and they drove together to look for the address she needed. Frank noticed how nervous the stranger was behind the wheel. "It's obvious you don't have much experience," smiled the young man. "Don't worry, you're doing great." "Thank you," the girl replied nervously. "God, I already regret asking my father for a car for my 20th birthday. Driving is not for me." "In a couple of months you won't even want to get out of it," Frank encouraged her. "Well, maybe you're right, but I'm not sure," the girl sighed. "Still, it would be better if my boyfriend drove the car." "Doesn't he have a car?" the passenger asked with interest. I mean your boyfriend." "The problem is, I don't have a boyfriend yet," laughed the chatty girl, "so I don't know." When they reached the right address, Frank offered the girl some driving lessons, which she gladly accepted. "All right, Shailene, see you tomorrow evening." The guy said goodbye to his new acquaintance. "I'll be waiting for you near the square, and we'll go from there." Shailene turned out to be a sociable girl, and Frank was happy to teach her. He even regretted that he himself didn't have a car now. A month passed and the guy realized that he liked the girl very much, and Shailene herself was happy about their meetings. "What should I do now?" thought the young man. "Gina and I have been together for almost 2 years, and which of them do I love?" He couldn't figure it out. If not for a serious conversation with Gina, perhaps Frank and Shailene would have remained just friends. But it kept seeming to the guy that Gina was pressuring him and wanted to marry him quickly. "Well, to hell with her," Frank said to himself when he and Gina had a serious quarrel. "I can live without her." A week after they broke up, Frank kissed Shailene for the first time. "Frank, I love you," the girl confessed to him then. "It seems to me that our meeting is fate." With Shailene, things were simple. The girl dreamed of becoming a designer, but was in no hurry to go to college. "I'm so tired of school," Shailene once said. "I want a couple of years to rest. Besides, there are so many different courses now. You can study on your own." "And what do your parents say?" Frank asked. "I never wanted to study,
and my father immediately said that they would only support correspondence courses. But I didn't want that either.
They don't care. We left the city anyway because life is too expensive there, replied the girl.
We lived in a 2-room apartment, which my father got from his mother. So, for that money, we were able to buy a good house in this town. I like it here. Life is always bustling. Though it's less than 1/5 of my hometown's population. And I'm already bored with this town. Frank sighed. I'd move to the city, on the contrary, but I don't have such opportunities. For the first 3 months of his romance with Shailene, everything was fine, but somehow he started to think about Gina more and more often. With Gina, there are somehow more prospects, he thought. She works, she has an education, and Shailene has nothing. She'll soon be 21, and she still doesn't work. And when 6 months passed, Frank's pragmatism took over, and he decided to make up with his ex-girlfriend. Naturally, he told Shailene nothing about it. The girl by that time had begun to run her own blog and earn a little money. I don't want to lose Shailene yet, the young man decided. I will meet with both of them, and then we'll see. Gina never insisted that Frank live with her. The girl was satisfied that they met 3 times a week. Thus, Frank could easily devote another 3 days to Shailene. The young people mostly went for rides in Shailene's car, somewhere outside the city. But there came a moment when Shailene also began to ask serious questions.
Frank, we've been together for almost a year. We need to decide something already, the girl once told him.
What do you mean? Frank was immediately wary. Are we having a bad time?
Frank, do you mean to say that all this isn't serious to you? She looked at him in amazement.
No, the guy interrupted. But it seems to me that it's too early to decide such questions. To me, a family is like bondage. I'd like to enjoy this youth time still. And then we'll each have responsibilities. And it won't be time for romance anymore. Well, what am I supposed to do now? The young man paced between the 2 girls. Which one should I choose? I don't even know. This choice was temporarily postponed by a new quarrel with Gina. The girl categorically did not want to wait any longer. Perhaps it's all for the best, Frank said to himself then. So, Shailene will be my wife. But after a few months he again began to have something gnawing at his soul. The guy felt doubts again. Still, I think Gina is more suited to the role of my wife, he couldn't stop himself from saying. The girl only reconciled with him on one condition, so the question of marriage was finally settled. Frank didn't tell Shailene anything and continued to date her as usual. Did he think that one of the girls would eventually discover the truth? No, he was too confident. 3 days before the wedding, Frank explained to Shailene that he had to leave. He was counting on her not looking for him.
Okay, as soon as he comes back, I'll tell him about the news right away, Shailene decided. I think he'll be pleased. We can't wait any longer to get married. Everything would probably have worked out for Frank if it hadn't been for one thing. Megan, the mother of a girl with whom Shailene had been friends for almost a year, worked at the registry office. "Oh, girls," said Megan when Shailene visited her daughter, "we have so many couples on Friday. Everyone wants to register before lunch so they can go for a celebration afterward. I recall there was Delaney, Bradley, Morgan, Rooney." "Rooney?" The guest was alarmed. "My acquaintance has the same surname." "There are many Rooney in general? I wonder what his first name is." "I think it's Frank, if I'm not mistaken," the woman remembered. "What?" Shailene queried in horror, but immediately pulled herself together. "No, my acquaintance has a different name," she said with pale lips. Within 5 minutes, Shailene found an excuse and, having said goodbye, left her friend's apartment. "It can't be," she repeated, as if in a delirium.
Frank is my boyfriend. It's just some kind of coincidence. Megan said that this man's marriage registration would be at 10. Shaileen's body was shaking violently. The girl sat in her car not knowing what to do. Maybe I should call him. She nervously rubbed her phone. And what am I going to tell him? Are you getting married? Because I heard that a girl named Frank Rooney is having a wedding in 2 days. God, can there be such coincidences? Frank went on a business trip for a few days and asked me not to call him often. Then Shaileen burst into tears, and she felt a little better. I won't tell him anything, she decided. I'll just go to the registry office. I must trust Frank because soon we'll have a family. Was Shaileen stupid? No, she was probably too naive. So denial of obvious truths gave her some sense of security. The next few days felt like an eternity. Shaileen was terribly worried. She now and then stood in front of the mirror and looked at her belly. I wonder if our first will be a boy or a girl, she smiled. This helped the girl distract herself a little from the upcoming events and tune into a positive mood. Tomorrow I'll find out everything. Shaileen returned to reality. And what if it turns out to be Frank after all? She hadn't expected this thought from herself. The girl turned pale. All this time, she hadn't even wanted to allow such a thought. Shaileen felt a strong pain in her solar plexus. Some mechanism went off inside, and tears flowed down her cheeks. This is all nonsense, she shouted at her reflection in the mirror. Frank would never do that to me. The last night before the upcoming event went well for Shaileen. She even started to think that she didn't need to go to the registry office. But at the last minute, she still got dressed and got into the car. I'm only here for a few minutes, she said to herself, and headed toward the wedding building. The street was bustling with people. It was obvious that there had been several weddings that day. Shaileen got out of the car and started looking around. Well, where is that Frank Rooney? She whispered. I certainly don't see my Frank. All right, I'll wait a little longer. The girl looked at her watch. The big hand was steadily approaching 10. It was already 9:45, and Shaileen again headed to her car. Among all those who crowded near the registry office, the girl did not find her lover. Thank God it was just a coincidence. Just the same names. She smiled and inserted the ignition key. Suddenly, a cab stopped in front of her. 2 people got out of it quickly. A girl in a beautiful white dress grabbed the young man by the arm, and they rushed to the front door. Shaileen couldn't move. Frank, she said with pale lips, and jumping out of the car, ran to follow the couple. Frank! Shaileen shouted at the top of her voice. Frank! What's going on? Shaileen? The guy looked at Shaileen in horror. What are you doing here? He couldn't find the right words. I came to your wedding, replied the girl coldly. Don't you want to introduce us? She glanced at the bride. Well, as I understand it, you are not aware that Frank and I have been dating for several years, Shaileen said dryly. He, by the way, promised to marry me, but apparently Frank got something mixed up. I don't blame you. Somehow it seems to me that you knew nothing of my existence. No, said the bride faintly. The girl looked at her fiancé with hatred. And the fact that Frank and I are expecting a child? You, of course, also did not even suppose. Shaileen tried to keep herself under control. There will be no wedding. Gina threw her bouquet on the ground and rushed away from her former fiancé. Gina, wait! Frank tried to run after her, but the girl shoved him away forcefully. Shaileen, why did you come? Frank shouted at the top of his voice. I wanted to explain everything to you, but you ruined everything. Ruined what? Shaileen couldn't contain herself any longer. What did you expect? Did you really think you could marry one and the other would be your mistress? Frank, don't make a fool of me. Leave me alone, and you'll never see your child."
"Shailene!" He tried to stop his girlfriend, but it was all useless. The girl quickly jumped into the car and drove away.
"This is crazy."
Frank grabbed his head.
"Are they conspiring?"
He couldn't bring himself to his senses.
"Damn women! Well, to hell with you both!"
The guy kicked a stone with his foot and went to the centre of town. He was hurt and resentful that his plan had gone awry. He was not interested in Gina or Shailene's feelings at all. In his mind, he was the only one who was hurt. Meanwhile, Gina didn't realize where she was going. Tears slid down her cheeks and she felt like everything was blurry.
"Lord, what a fool I was,"
she scolded herself. "He didn't want to marry me for so long. It was clear that something was wrong. Why? Why did I make up with him again? It's all my fault. I have to admit that I just threw away all those years I spent with him. I'm ashamed of myself. I forced him to marry me, you might say. It's so disgusting. Why did I do it?" Gina could not restrain her sobs. A girl in a long white dress was muttering to herself, as if trying to prove something. A few passers-by stopped to watch, but Gina noticed no one. She wandered aimlessly until she found herself sitting on a bench in the darkest part of the city park, unaware of how she'd gotten there. "Where am I?" she asked in bewilderment. "Have I come to the park?" She tried to look around with swollen eyes. God, my head is pounding. She walked over to a huge tree and leaned against it. Her head touched the rough trunk, and she felt peaceful as her eyes closed. "How good it feels," flashed through her mind. "It's like I'm dissolving."
Hey! Hey!
A noise reached her ears. Gina instinctively opened her eyes. In her years of working in the hospital, she recognized that sound. She looked around. About 50 meters away, behind a large bush, something was moving. Gina rushed there and saw an elderly woman lying on a bench. Gina saw the old woman's eyes begin to roll back. She was losing consciousness. "No!" cried Gina. "Can you hear me?" She took the stranger's hand. The pulse was barely audible, and after a moment, it disappeared. Gina was frightened and immediately began indirect heart massage. "Come on, please!" Gina cried through her tears. "Please, please wake up! You can do it! Come on, breathe!" The nurse performed several more cycles of chest compressions and artificial respiration, and finally, the vein in the elderly neck pulsed. Gina tiredly sat down on the bench and called an ambulance. The elderly woman opened her eyes. The sky was spinning above her. She groaned, unable to get up. "Lie down," the nurse said gently. "Don't try to get up. You'll be taken to the hospital soon. You'll be fine." She tried to smile, then pulled the cell phone out of the stranger's bag. 2 names on the list seemed significant: Brian and Adam. "Hello, is it Adam?" she asked when someone answered her call. "I've just saved an elderly woman in the park. She's being taken to the intensive care unit." "Grandma?" exclaimed a male voice. "Where is she? I'll be right there. Please stay on this phone." "You'll probably arrive after we've gone. I'll go with her in the ambulance. I'll call you and tell you where they take her," Gina answered quickly. "Don't worry, she's stable now." "Thank you. I'll be waiting for your call. Please call me." Adam disconnected, his tears flowing continuously. The man couldn't compose himself. "God, what was she doing there alone?" he grumbled and grabbed the phone again. "Brian, where are you? Why did you leave Grandma alone? She almost died." Adam lashed out at his younger brother. "Is she alive?" the latter asked, stunned. "Adam, is Grandma alive?" "God, what a day. First Heather broke her leg and is in a cast at the hospital. Now Grandma too?" "What's wrong with your wife?" Adam asked, confused. "I don't understand, Brian. What's going on?" "I dropped Heather
Off this morning. She needed to get some paperwork," Brian said quickly. "Grandma and I went to the park, and an hour later my wife called, saying she had fallen and broken her leg. I asked Grandma to sit for half an hour, because by the time she and I would have gotten to the car, I don't know what would have happened to Heather. And now you call me and tell me she almost died? Oh, what a day. A nurse rescued her in the park. She's on her way to the hospital with her now and will call me later," Adam said excitedly. "I'll call you back then." "A nurse?" Brian asked, bewildered. "Yeah, either she was walking there or she saw our grandmother. I didn't get exactly." Adam sighed. "Okay. Well, let me call you later. I need to calm down." He disconnected. Damn! Brian was getting angry. What did you want in there, stupid nurse? He couldn't calm down. The man paced back and forth in anger. He waited for the doctor to finish with his wife's cast. "Heather, we've failed," he said to his wife as she walked out of the hospital on crutches. "That decrepit chicken survived. Some idiot saved her." "What's going to happen now?" his wife asked in shock. "She's going to survive. Brian, you can't do anything proper." The wife got angry. "How was I supposed to know there'd be someone walking around in there?" Brian justified himself. "I put her on the farthest bench behind a bush, and I don't see how anyone could find her there at all." "But they found her," Heather persisted. "You can't be relied on for anything. It's a good thing we haven't gotten her any poison yet. Damn old woman. When is she going to kick the bucket?" "Heather, won't they find anything in her blood?" Brian was scared. "Won't they put us in jail?" "No, you fool." She looked at him angrily. "There was just a mix of different drugs for bradycardia, slow heart rate. And since she's tachycardic, her pulse rate went up a lot. If you'd done it right, her heart would have stopped. That happens at her age. She wouldn't even need an autopsy. She's 85. Who cares about her? After the funeral, you're her direct heirs. Half of her estate would go to you. You idiot! How could you pass up a chance like that? You'd better think how to explain to the doctors why she managed to drink bradycardia medicine when she was tachycardic." Heather couldn't calm down. "Why? Because she was mixed up. I brought her all the medicines correctly. She was self-medicating in secret from us. What else? She just forgot to put her glasses on." Brian offered options. "I think it'll go well," the woman sighed. "There's no poison in her system, so there won't be any problems with it." "Now what are we supposed to do?" Brian asked with annoyance. "Heather, we need money. No one will lend us any more." "What are we going to do now?" "I don't know," said the wife nervously. "We'll think of something. It didn't work out this time. Maybe next time we'll be lucky. The plan was great, though no one would have been able to get to us." Brian walked over to his wife and put his arm around her. He looked her straight in the eye. The woman smiled contentedly. "Heather, I love you." He started kissing her. "How clever you are." Meanwhile, an ambulance arrived. "I'm not her relative. I'll call her grandson right away, and he'll give you all the information you need," Gina said to the paramedics. She was reluctant to be taken into the ambulance, but after they found out that she was a nurse, they agreed. "Everything will be all right." The girl stroked the woman's head. "The doctors at the hospital will make you feel better." The patient closed her eyes and lay there like that all the way to the hospital. "We've been taken to the second city hospital," Gina called Adam. "I'll stay with her until you get here." 15 minutes later, a man in his mid-30s entered the reception area, glancing around. "You must be Gina." He approached the stranger and studied her carefully. "I'm Adam. Where's my grandmother?" "Hello." The girl managed a faint smile. "She's been taken to the intensive care unit. I think they'll let you in, but I can't go because I'm not family." "Gina, I'm so grateful to you. She's all I have," Adam said.
his voice choked with emotion. "Could we meet later to talk? I want to see Granny right away." "Of course. I work as a procedural nurse in the therapy department at the 3rd hospital," she replied, and slowly made her way to the exit. She felt utterly exhausted, as if she'd spent the night unloading freight cars. "I should call a cab," she murmured to herself. "I must look ridiculous in this dress. Lord, my first time wearing a wedding gown, and everything turns out like this." At home, her bewildered parents were waiting. Gina rushed into their arms, weeping bitterly.
There, daughter,"
her father soothed, stroking her hair.
"Your day will come. You know, it's better this way. If you'd married him, he might have cheated on you. Why settle for someone unfaithful? He's not the only man in the world."
"Dad, I understand, but it still hurts," Gina said through her tears. She was grateful her parents could stay with her for a few days. Eventually, life returned to normal, and Gina fell back into her routine. 3 days later, she visited the elderly woman after work, getting flowers and treats for her. "She's been moved to a regular ward," the nurse at reception informed her. "You can visit her now." Gina knocked gently on the ward door. After some rustling and footsteps, it opened.
"Who are you?"
a man asked gruffly. Without waiting for an answer, he added,
"Are you here to see Grandmother?"
"Yes, I'm Gina. I rescued Mrs. Flynn. May I see her?" Gina replied calmly.
"Fine, go ahead," the stranger said coldly. "Granny, you have a visitor. It's the one who saved you."
"Oh, Gina, how do you do?"
the elderly woman greeted her cheerfully.
"Look at me now. I'm doing well. I'm so grateful to you. You're my guardian angel."
"I'm overjoyed," Gina said sincerely. "It's wonderful that everything worked out." She turned to the man. "Has the doctor explained what happened to your grandmother?"
"Yes, she mixed up her pills and nearly died," Brian said tersely. "What were you doing there?" he asked Gina abruptly.
"Taking a walk," she answered quickly. "It's quite a deserted area. I don't understand how your grandmother ended up there alone."
"She was with me," the grandson sighed. "I had an emergency and left her for just half an hour."
Gina didn't press for details. What mattered most was that the elderly woman had survived. "Well, after this you'll surely live to be 100, Gina smiled. "Mrs. Flynn, I'm truly happy for you." Noticing Brian's unhappy expression, Gina decided not to overstay her welcome. "I should be going," she said, heading for the door. "Once again, get well soon."
"Gina, we've hardly had a chance to talk,"
the elderly woman protested.
"Adam will come to thank you properly one day."
"Mrs. Flynn, I don't need anything," Gina insisted. "The main thing is that you're all right."
"Goodbye," Brian said curtly. "All the best to you."
And he shut the door behind her.
"Brian, what's the matter with you?"
Grandmother looked at him puzzled.
"You seem angry. Didn't you like Gina?"
"What's she got to do with anything?"
Brian hesitated.
"I just need to get home to Heather, and Adam hasn't come yet."
"Well, call him,"
Mrs. Flynn suggested. Just as Brian reached for his pocket, Adam burst through the door, red-faced and breathless.
"Brian, hi. Sorry I'm late. I had a delivery today," he said, breathing heavily. "All right, you can go. I'll stay with Grandma for a couple of hours."
Without a word, Brian gathered his things and left.
"So, how are you?" Brian asked affectionately. "Do you need anything? I'll get you whatever you want."
"Adam, what a pity you didn't see Gina,"
Mrs. Flynn sighed.
"You should thank her. She's a good girl, very modest. I liked her."
"Oh, Granny, can you bear it for a few days?"
Adam looked at the woman pleadingly.
"I have 2 big deliveries this week. I can't quit. When I saw Gina, she told me she was working in a hospital. I'll be sure to stop by and see her."
"Yes, please. She brought me back from the dead. The girl deserves our gratitude,"
insisted Grandma.
When I get out of the hospital, I'll be sure to invite her over. By the way, Adam, it's time for you to think about your family. I want to be at your wedding so much. Maybe I came back from the other world for that."
"Grandma, it's not that simple," sighed the man. "I don't want to meet just any girl. Do you know how hard it is to meet the right person? Why should I marry someone I don't love, only to end up divorced anyway?"
"Well, you're right about that," the elderly woman confirmed. "That's why I didn't marry a second time. I found no one better than my Matt. All right, I'll be waiting," smiled Mrs. Flynn.
Adam took a book out of the bag, sat down on a chair in front of his grandmother's bed, and began to read aloud. The elderly lady was very fond of this activity. She immediately closed her eyes and immersed herself in the story, so much so that after an hour she fell asleep.
"Well, that's good, and I'll get some work done," smiled her grandson, pulling out his laptop.
Mrs. Flynn slept for almost an hour. She opened her eyes and saw Adam working at the laptop.
"Adam, are you still here?" she said. "Do we have tea? I would so like my favourite scones."
"Didn't Brian bring you anything today?" the grandson wondered. "I told him that the cook prepared everything for you today. OK, anything from the pastry shop will do?"
"Well, of course. But first, look at that package." The woman pointed with her hand. "Gina brought me a present."
"Grandma, well, here are some buns for you," laughed the man. "Does she know how you like them?"
"No," laughed the elderly woman too. "It's the second time she's saved me. What a thing to do. Gina just has a sense about these things."
"That's right," the man said, making tea. But things were not so peaceful for Brian and Heather.
"Heather, please, think of something," Brian pressed his wife. "We're broke."
"Why don't you borrow from Adam?" she suggested. "Let's make up a story, shall we?"
"He won't give me anything,"
the man answered at once. "I've never paid him back, so he's playing the hero. That stupid nurse came to see Granny today, by the way."
Heather was surprised. What did she want? Did she ask for money?
"No, she wanted to check on her," said her husband angrily. "I can't stand it. She's the one who ruined everything for us."
"Wait a minute," Heather said, freezing in place. "I think I've got an idea. You're going to her."
"To whom? To the nurse?" Her husband looked at her in shock. "Heather, are you out of your mind? What are you up to?"
"I have a plan," smiled the woman. "Listen carefully. Here's the story. Adam took all the money from your grandmother and used it to start his company. You live with her because you can't leave her. Adam doesn't want her, of course. Unfortunately, due to your company's difficulties, you had to invest all your money in it. We had to give her 3 costly injections to restore her health. We borrowed a lot of money, but it takes 3 more shots. Adam refused to help us, but since he's a vain man, he'll definitely offer something to this nurse, and she can ask for a certain amount of money for saving your grandmother, the amount she needs for the last 3 injections. So it's your job to talk to this Gina so that she asks Adam for the money, not mentioning us."
"Heather, I'm sorry, but that's nonsense," Brian protested. "Can you hear yourself?"
"Then make that nonsense become reality," shouted the wife in a rage.
"I've had enough of your stupidity. If you want money, then act."
Gina hoped her pain would soon pass, but her love to Frank didn't let her go so easily. The girl was in a depressive state, saved only by work, as she was completely immersed in it. "Yes, after these IVs, I'll give you 2 more," the girl replied to the elderly man. "As soon as it's done, please shut off the IV and call me." Gina walked over to the nurse's station. She looked very pale. "How are you?" Kristen asked with concern in her voice. "Gina, I'm so worried about you. You're strong, but I beg you, hold on."
You can't even imagine how I want to take a knife and cut all this pain inside," cried Gina. "If only it were possible to erase the memory. Just erase all the memories that this man was once in my life." "Well, unfortunately that can't be done," sighed her friend. "But maybe that's a good thing. You know now that there can be men like that. You've developed an immunity to them, you might say." "Well said," the girl smiled through her tears. "Okay, I'll get to work. I still have to finish the second ward." She hurried to the treatment room. "Oh, and I'm allergic to all the guys now," Gina sighed, and began to fill the syringe with medicine from the ampule. The workday was coming to an end when a man in a white coat appeared in the doorway of the treatment room. "Hello, Gina," said the guest. "You and I have met at my grandmother's ward. I'm her youngest grandson, Brian." "Good afternoon," replied the girl in surprise. "Has something happened to Mrs. Flynn?" "No, or rather, yes," the man stammered. Excuse me, could we have a word?" "Yes, of course, I'm listening." Gina came out of the treatment room and headed towards the stairwell. "Gina, you see, we're in a very difficult situation," Brian began. "Our grandmother has been injected with 3 ampules of a costly medicine, and she needs one more course. I'm sorry I don't remember the name, but the doctor told us it was vital for her." The man fell silent, tears in his eyes. After a few moments, he continued, "I'm sorry. I don't want to interfere in our family affairs, but I have to. It so happened that my grandmother gave all her property except the house to my older brother. He was going to start his own company and then give the money back to her. But when he got rich, he abandoned our granny. My wife and I were left with her. I worked for many years and spent all the money on maintaining her health and our house. But 2 years ago, my brother set me up, and I lost my business. We were left with nothing. I tried for almost a year to recover, but I couldn't. And then there was this blow. I still can't get over it. If my grandmother had died..." Brian cried. "I don't know if I could have survived it. You know, she raised us. She's the only close person I have. I don't count my brother. You can probably see why. And now we've had to go into a lot of debt to buy my grandmother's medicine. I'm begging you, please help." "With what? With money?" Gina looked at the man in amazement. "Are you asking me for money?" "Well, not exactly," said Brian, composing himself. "You see, Adam is a very vain man, and he's sure to offer you something in gratitude, so you and other outsiders wouldn't know what a sneaky person he really is. I would like to ask you, Gina, if you could take money from him for the medicine." "How is that?" The girl couldn't understand. "Do you want me to ask him for money for saving your grandmother?" "I realise that it looks strange, but this money is needed for her. We must give them for her treatment as soon as possible. And Adam, he's wealthy. He hasn't paid back the money our grandmother lent him, so she has nothing to pay for her treatment. Neither do I," Brian sobbed. "Wait a minute. Maybe there's some other way out." Gina tried to soothe the man. "We've tried everything, but Adam won't give us the money." Brian looked at Gina desperately. "Gina, you're our last hope. And my grandmother still needs medicine. She'll die without it. God, I won't survive that." "All right," the nurse replied, not knowing what to say. "Only, I don't know how I can do it." "I'm sure he'll meet you," replied the visitor. "Just when he speaks to you of gratitude, you can tell him the amount we'll need for treatment." "Wow, that's not a small request." Gina looked at him in shock when Brian gave her the sum. "I don't even know how I can say aloud such a figure." "It's not a problem for him," Brian smiled. "You have no idea how much money he stole from our grandmother. This is just a drop in the ocean." Gina walked home With an uneasy feeling, she felt as if she were being sucked into a quagmire. From the outside it all looks like nonsense, she reasoned. But on the other hand, maybe it's true. All these years I trusted Frank, believed him, and in reality he deceived me. Maybe it was the same with Mrs. Flynn. One grandson only pretended to be good to rob her, while the other genuinely cared for his grandmother. Anyway, I shouldn't think about it. Maybe Adam won't even come to see me. Be that as it may, the whole story didn't leave Gina's mind for several days. It was Friday, and she was finishing her last procedures when Kristen came running to her. "Gina, did you see that? Some rich people must have arrived. Such expensive cars drove into the yard. I wonder who it is." "I don't know," Gina replied, looking out the window. "Maybe there is someone wealthy being treated here." "Ha! They certainly wouldn't come to us. At best they'd go to the Central Hospital. We only have ordinary people here," Kristen sighed. The girls moved away from the window and sat on a couch in the treatment room. About 10 minutes later there was a knock at the door. "Yes?" Gina looked at the visitors in shock. "Adam, is that you? I didn't expect to see you here." "Forgive me, I haven't been able to get out to see you all week," the man said, looking excited. "I'm on my way to meet with a supplier, so I'll keep it short. Let's meet at a cafe on Saturday. I'd like to talk to you." Darling, who was that? Kristen stared out the window in amazement as 3 SUVs pulled out of the hospital gates. "It was one of Mrs. Flynn's grandchildren," Gina sighed. "How I wish these meetings would stop." "Well, aren't you and your grandmother lucky?" Kristen whistled. "Gina, he's a millionaire." "Probably," Gina replied indifferently. "Kristen, give it a rest. I'm so tired of all this already." "You're silly. Your Frank can't even compare to him." Kristen wouldn't stop. "Gina, will you introduce us? I wish I had such a fiancé." "Kristen, I don't want to know him, especially since he treated his grandmother badly." Gina tried to end the conversation. "Let's talk about something else, shall we?" "Oh, come on. I won't be able to sleep all night now." Her friend laughed. Gina walked home in a foul mood. She really didn't want to meet Adam. After making her promise to Brian, it felt like a heavy weight hung around her neck. Saturday began with Gina barely able to get out of bed. She felt dizzy and looked at the clock. It was almost 11. "Should I call him and cancel?" she thought. "I'll say I don't feel well. But that would only delay our conversation. It's better to end it now." At about 5 o'clock, Gina forced herself to dress with great effort. The telephone rang. "Well, friend, are you ready?" came Kristen's voice. "I hope you've put on your blue dress. It's the prettiest one you've got." "Jeans and an old sweater," Gina replied angrily. "Kristen, are you trying to drive me mad?" "Why are you so grumpy?" Kristen wondered with a laugh. "What if this is your destiny?" "I'm going to hang up now," Gina threatened. "I'm barely keeping it together as it is. Do you want to meet him instead of me?" "I'd love to, but I'm not the one who saved that elderly woman, am I?" Kristen laughed. "So it's not my fate. All right, call me later and tell me how the gentleman behaved." Despite Kristen's annoying chatter, it lifted Gina's spirits a little. "So what if I'm late?" Gina thought, glancing at the clock. "Let him be grateful I'm coming at all." When Gina entered the cafe, someone waved to her from a back table, and she headed that way. "Well, at last we meet," Adam said with a broad smile. "Hello, Gina." "Good afternoon, Adam," she replied coldly. "I'm sorry, but I won't be staying long." "Yes, of course, I understand," the man replied. "My grandmother has been asking to speak with you all week, but I haven't been able to arrange it. I'm sorry, I've been busy with work." "That's all right," Gina said dryly. "I'm listening. Is there something you wanted to tell me?" "Yes," Adam said, a little nervously. "You saved my grandmother, and I'd like to thank you. Gina, I'm not a poor man, so you can ask for anything you need." The girl was silent. She realized that now was the right moment to ask for the sum she needed. "Do you love Mrs. Flynn?" she suddenly asked. "I mean, why did you leave her?" "Leave?" The man couldn't understand. "You probably mean that I don't live with her? It's basic. My younger brother and I never got along. He lived his whole life on Grandma's dime. I got tired of seeing it and we had a fight. Granny paid for the best college for both of us, but Brian dropped out in the 3rd year. I got an education and opened my own company. At first my brother spent all the money our grandmother gave him. Then he started asking her and me for more. You have no idea how much he spent. Or rather, Brian and his wifey, they have no conscience. I'm sorry, this is private. I don't want to involve you in our business." "This all seems strange," Gina said quietly. "Where's the truth here? And where's the lie?" "What do you mean?" Adam asked. "Gina, frankly, I don't quite understand what you're getting at." "I don't understand it myself." She looked at him. "Adam, why did you leave your grandmother alone? Not just in the park, but in the most deserted place. Did you do it deliberately?" "I did?" the man asked in amazement. "No, it was Brian who took Granny to the park for some reason, though we have a lovely garden where you can walk endlessly. Something got into his head and he dragged her to this strange place. Then his wife called him and said she'd fallen and broken her leg, so he left our Granny there alone." "Why didn't he take her with him?" Gina was shocked. "Why did he leave her there alone? Do you realize she could have died there?" said Gina angrily. "I don't understand your negligent attitude at all." "Perhaps you're right. I sometimes think I need to keep a constant eye on my brother." The man sighed. "He's a very slippery character, believe me, I know him. That terrible day, he told me that he was going to walk with our Granny in the park until lunchtime, and then I would come over to them for dinner." "I don't understand anything," the girl said in a trembling voice. "Your brother told me the same thing about you." "Brian? He's been seeing you?" Adam couldn't believe it. "Gina, what did he want from you?" "He wanted me to ask for money for your grandmother's medicine as a reward," she confessed honestly. "What medicine?" "I paid for her entire treatment, right down to the bandages and cotton wool," replied the man in shock. "What nonsense is this? What's that idiot up to?" "I don't know, but he told me that you stole a lot of money from your grandmother, or rather borrowed it to start your company, but then you didn't pay it back." Gina couldn't hold back any longer. "And then you set him up, and he was left with nothing. You stole everything from him. You squeezed everything you could out of Mrs. Flynn and abandoned her, and he and his wife are looking after her. And now, when they had to pay for vital medicines, they have no money. And he asked me to take it from you." Adam clutched his head. "Gina, excuse me. I must speak to my brother at once." He got up quickly and left. The girl's whole body was shaking as she walked home. Gina felt that Adam was right. He hadn't lied. This whole strange story with the money was driving her crazy. Meanwhile, Adam had a serious talk with Brian. "Brian?" Adam shouted throughout the house. "Come here!" He opened one door after another. "I'll find you anyway!" "What are you yelling? Like you're at your own home?" The younger brother appeared in the doorway. "Don't make any noise in my place." "You're?" shouted Adam. "And I thought it was grandmother's house, not yours. Aren't you taking on too much?" "No more than you," Brian threw in his face. "Are you here to lecture me? I can assure you I don't need it. You know, I should have taught you a lesson this time and reported you to the police." The man looked him hard in the eye. "And that's the last time I felt sorry for you.
There will be no money for you from Gina. Do you understand me?"
Brian turned pale. He was quiet for a while, but he wasn't used to being blamed.
"To hell with you!" He waved in front of his brother's face. "Get out of my house! Go on, get out!"
"What?" Adam asked him in amazement.
"Why, you shouldn't live here at all. I assure you, I'll make sure of that this time."
After Adam left Mrs. Flynn's house, a serious conversation took place between him and his grandmother.
"Adam, don't think I don't understand anything," Grandma said to him. "I see everything. I see how Brian is trying to deceive you and me, and that he and his wife have spent all his money. But he's my grandson too. I can't abandon him. Try to understand. Let's do it this way. I'll sign over all my property to you, but you'll allocate him your share in cash."
So they did that.
"You scoundrel, are you here again?"
The younger brother yelled like a wounded animal.
"Get out of my house!"
"Brian," Adam tried to keep his composure, "I ask you and your wife to leave my property. Here are copies of the deeds. Here's your checking account, with exactly half of all the property grandmother bequeathed to us in cash."
"What nonsense is this?"
Brian shouted.
"This is my house. Get the hell out of here."
"Can I see it?" Heather appeared on crutches. "Okay. We'll be out of this house in 2 days."
"Are you out of your mind?" her husband raged. "Heather, don't meddle in my affairs."
The woman took his arm and led him aside. She whispered something in Brian's ear. As he understood her words, his smile grew wider and wider. Adam, never doubting Heather's greed, smiled to himself.
"Grandma, at last you're home,"
he rejoiced. "And your Brian, if he likes, can come to visit, but I won't let him live here any more."
"Adam, I want so much to invite Gina to visit us. Things have turned out so badly to her."
The grandmother looked at him.
"Yes, and I'd like to talk to her. We met in the cafe earlier, in a rather hectic way,"
Adam replied. 3 days later, the guest sat timidly at the big table. Mrs. Flynn talked continuously about various topics.
"Gina, if you only knew how much I love roses," said the woman. "I have a real collection in the garden. By the way, after lunch, Adam will show you our garden. I'm sure you'll like it very much."
The man had arranged a day off for himself, so he strolled quietly with his guest along the garden paths. "How beautiful it is here!" The girl couldn't get enough of it. "Adam, this is the finest garden I've ever seen." "What about Brian?" she asked suddenly.
"I gave him half of all Granny's possessions," sighed Adam. "Even though I was left with nothing, I paid him back everything I had. I even had to sell my car. It's better than seeing him in our house every day. Gina, I'm sorry. I think I offended you last time."
"No, it's just that I was in that situation. I didn't know whom to believe. And you'll forgive me," she said quietly.
"You know what? Tomorrow is Sunday. Why don't you let me take you out? How about the zoo?"
Adam suggested suddenly. "That's an unusual suggestion," laughed Gina, "although I don't like animals in captivity very much. It could be interesting to see them."
"And we'll feed them," laughed Adam. "I know a family pair of camels there. Then a brown bear and some deer. It'll be fun, I promise." "Well, that's good."
Mrs. Flynn rejoiced when Adam told her about their plans with Gina.
"Adam, Gina is a good girl. I tell you this as someone who has lived a very long life. I'll be glad to have her in our house."
Everything turned out just as Mrs. Flynn thought it would. The young couple began to meet, and a year later they had a lavish wedding. Grandma was pleased. Brian and Heather did not come to the celebration, considering it a humiliation.
3 years later, Brian and his wife had squandered all their money. Neither of them worked, and they were forced to sell their car and apartment. In desperation, they appeared once again at Grandma's doorstep.
"Brian, my grandson!"
Grandma exclaimed joyfully.
"Did you sense it was time to visit me? We have wonderful news. Adam and Gina have a son. This house now has its own heir."
The couple exchanged unhappy glances and stayed for dinner with sour expressions.
"I'd like to speak with Grandma alone,"
the younger brother requested, and Adam and Gina left the room and retreated to the living room.
"Oh, Brian, things aren't going well for you,"
Grandma said, shaking her head.
"You need to get some help."
"Yes, Grandma," the grandson said eagerly.
"Please help us. Heather and I are on the street with no money at all." "All right, I'll talk to Adam," the elderly woman said, stroking the man's head. "He needs a driver and a cleaner right now. You'll start from the bottom, and he'll help you climb the career ladder later. Adam won't abandon you. He rewards good work well, I know him. So, get ready. In 3 years you could be his deputies or managers."
Brian and Heather left their grandmother's house with indignation, tails between their legs. Mrs. Flynn had taught them a valuable lesson. As for Shailene, she gave birth to a healthy baby girl. 2 years later, she married and moved to the capital. And Frank spent his life vacillating between extremes. He married 5 times, was perpetually dissatisfied, and while he kept searching, he ended up in his old age with a terribly grumpy woman, whose sole purpose seemed to be driving him mad. Lately, Challen had been very upset about her relationship with her husband. She herself could not understand what was the matter. She loved her husband and accepted all his weaknesses. He seemed to value this about her, but now things have changed. Everything annoyed him lately. He started to leave the house, seeking solitude and rest. It felt as if Challen bored him or burdened him in some way. Yes, today she asked him to clean the kitchen after dinner, but it was just a normal family meal. The clean-up merely involved wiping the table, loading the dishwasher and pressing a button. And instead of helping her, he got offended.
"Are you implying I don't contribute, that I'm a burden to you?"
Enrique asked. "What are you talking about? Have I ever complained?" Challen tried to justify herself and calm him down, but her husband was already upset.
"Oh yes, of course you're tired because you're a businesswoman. You earn money, you have responsibilities and problems, and am I just a burden then, or a pet living with you?"
"Stop it! You could work too. You're educated and smart. Do you want to work at our firm? I can find you a good position. We'll always be together." Yes, Challen understood that Enrique was simply bored. For over 6 months, since leaving a job that offered no room for development, he'd been at home. He searched for a job but found no success. He also turned down the opportunity to work with her.
"Thank you, but what would I be? A laughingstock. That's what they'd call me,"
he said with resentment. "Why? You'll have some responsibilities, you'll fulfill them, and—"
"No, you don't understand," he interrupted. "I mean one thing, but you hear something different. You don't even realize how you're hurting me. I'm sorry, but I need to take a walk, or else we'll just argue again."
"How long are you planning to walk? Maybe I can come with you," the woman suggested, though she didn't feel like going out at that moment. She was tired and the weather wasn't conducive to a stroll.
"As long as possible. You don't need to accompany me. We're like Siamese twins. I'm tired of being together all the time, both at home and on the streets,"
Enrique retorted. He got up and left the apartment. indifferent to the fact that he had left his wife upset. Do we really often go out together? Challen thought to herself. No, we don't. And we don't spend much time together at home. I work during the day. In the evenings we typically sit at our individual gadgets. Is it so difficult for a man to be idle? Or perhaps he resents being dependent on me, his wife. However, it's not my fault, and I never blamed him for it. On the contrary, I support him as much as I can, and do everything to make him feel like the head of the family. But our minor issues often lead to arguments. However, Challen never once thought that all these fights could be because Enrique was unfaithful to her, and not because she was sure that she was dear to her husband, not as a source of income. It was because Challen was not a jealous person. She didn't want to waste her energy on jealousy. However, soon her friend Brittany helped her see the reality. One day, Brittany, on her day off, dropped by for a cup of coffee and a chat. She boasted about her new clothes, discussed a miraculous face cream, shared some gossip, and then asked, "Why are you at home today? It's boring. Why don't you go out?" "No, Brittany, I have a lot to do at home. I need to tidy things up. Maybe later I'll have time, but for now, I just want to rest in the evening," Challen replied. "Well, how much housework can you have if you have a stay-at-home husband? What does Enrique do all day?" her friend wondered. "Well, he's a man, isn't he? How can men really help in these matters?" Challen dismissed. "Aren't you afraid to take such a risk? Men, when they have nothing to do, are likely to find something. Some might start drinking, although Enrique is not like that. He's more likely to start cheating." "Oh, I'm not worried about that. Enrique is not that type, and he loves me." "Are you sure? What about Abby?" Brittany asked with wide eyes. "Abby?" Challen was puzzled. "Oh, forgive me, I thought you knew. I assumed you were immune to such situations." "What situations? What are you talking about? I don't know any Abby." Challen felt an unpleasant chill down her spine as the pieces of the puzzle began to form a disturbing picture. "Brittany, stop talking in riddles. I really don't know anything, and I don't suspect my husband of anything. But since we're having this conversation, tell me, who's Abby? Perhaps I'm acting like a fool and don't see what's happening right under my nose." Challen was determined to find out the truth, although she didn't believe Brittany's words. "You see, Challen, I don't want to upset you. It's nothing serious. He just hangs out with someone, perhaps just a chat. Her name is Abby, I think. She's divorced and, like you, a businesswoman. But don't worry, she's not attractive. She's older than you and not pretty at all. She has a potato-like nose, a wart on her cheek." "What does her appearance have to do with anything? What do you mean by hang out? Where? And how do you know all this?" Challen was becoming nervous. Yes, she wasn't the jealous type, but how could she remain calm in a situation like this? "Well, I've seen him a few times, and I'm not the only one. I've seen them together in the car, going somewhere. We live nearby, so I've noticed through my window. My mum even once asked me why Enrique divorced you, because she had seen him with her. I didn't tell you right away because I thought, if you're calm, everything's normal. Maybe it's just business. Or maybe you don't mind it happening this way." Challen sighed heavily. Her husband almost every evening runs away to be alone, and he's gone for 2 or 3 hours. Last week, he didn't even spend the night at home, but he explained quite reliably that he was with a friend whose wife had given birth. They had been drinking, so he didn't want to return home in that state. Also, in one phone conversation, he referred to his interlocutor as Abby, but Challen didn't pay attention, thinking Abby was just a friend. Now, it seems, He's having an affair with this Abby." After saying goodbye to Brittany, Challen deliberated and decided not to confront her husband for an explanation immediately. Instead, she planned to first investigate the situation through her connections. That evening, the woman acted as usual. She was quieter than usual, which at first pleased her husband. However, before they went to bed, he asked, "You're so quiet tonight. What's wrong?" "No, it's all right," Challen answered. "Just a little trouble at work, but don't worry. Everything will be fine." "I don't doubt it. You always deal with your problems easily," Enrique replied. And it suddenly occurred to Challen that he probably wasn't even happy that she was so quiet and didn't try to scandalize. He seemed to have no reason to leave the house today. Meanwhile, she was indeed preoccupied, but not with work, but with finding out who Abby was and how she had entered her husband's life. Enrique is undeniably an attractive man, a fact that hasn't gone unnoticed by many, including Brittany. Challen suspected that her friend harboured feelings for her husband, though Riki appeared indifferent to Brittany's affections. Maybe she was saying such things about him out of spite, but it wouldn't hurt to check. Upon digging deeper, Challen discovered that Abby was a successful businesswoman, even more so than herself. Abby was also quite attractive, and only a couple of years older than Challen. She had no noticeable flaws, except for a mole on her cheek, which, ironically, many people found appealing. Challen wondered if it was Abby's mole or her successful business that had caught Enrique's attention. After all, Abby was wealthier than Challen. The woman didn't know what to do with all this information. It would be pointless to interrogate Enrique. Naturally, he would likely deny everything. Approaching Abby directly also seemed unwise, as it could lead to unnecessary humiliation. Finally, Challen resolved to gather more information before making any decisions. She set her business aside to investigate. Despite her embarrassment, she saw no other choice. She was unwilling to tolerate infidelity, but accusing someone without certainty was not an option either. The following day, she told her husband, "Enrique, I need to go on a business trip. I'm unsure how long, perhaps a week. Can you manage alone?" She noticed a spark of joy in his eyes at the news. However, he quickly composed himself and managed to suppress his joy, and he even feigned disappointment. "It's unfortunate that you're leaving for an unspecified duration. I'll manage, of course, but I'll miss you. Is there a chance you could take me with you?" he asked, trying to sound upset. "Honey, I'm telling you, I'm going on a business trip, not vacation. I'll be back soon, don't worry," Challen reassured her husband. "Well, I hope so," he sighed, unaware of Challen's real plans. She took a small vacation from work, a benefit of being her own boss, and left everything to her reliable manager. She rented a small room in a rundown hotel on the outskirts and began to prepare her plan. First, she asked her distant relative, "Aunt Faith, could you give me some old unwanted clothes to wear? A dress, sweater, shoes perhaps?" "Why do you suddenly need all these things?" Aunt Faith wondered. "I need to go to the tax office, and I don't want them to think I'm wealthy, otherwise they'll tax me heavily. I need something simple," Challen explained. "Okay, I'll find something." Aunt Faith always found it difficult to part with her items. Her closet was always full of worn but never discarded clothes. Therefore, she quickly found a dress, a sweater, and everything else that Challen needed. "My darling, now you will be taken for a poor woman. They'll not only cut your taxes, they'll give you money to take with you. How will you walk through town? People will see you and think you're really poor." Auntie shook her head. "Don't worry, everything is under control," Challen reassured her. To ensure anonymity, Challen bought a simple wig and nondescript glasses at the market. She wanted to alter her appearance, and for her, it wasn't such a daunting task. After all, she had attended a drama club in school where she learned various techniques, including aging oneself and changing facial features. The next day, a transformed and unrecognizable Challen left the hotel to apply for a cleaning job at Abby's company. The woman had seen an advertisement seeking technicians and decided that it would be a great opportunity to see everything from inside. Challen was hired without any formalities or paperwork, and her passport was barely glanced at, which slightly irritated Challen's entrepreneurial gene. How can a company be so careless in selecting its staff? It's even dangerous. She mentally criticized her rival, now her employer. However, this lax attitude towards documentation was precisely what she needed for her plan that day. After acclimating herself to the scope of work and gathering the necessary supplies, Challen began cleaning, gradually moving towards the executive offices. In person, Abby was even more likable than in her photograph. She was smiling, friendly, and devoid of any arrogance. She welcomed Challen kindly and said, "I hope you'll be with us for a long time. Clean the office, wash, dust, take out the garbage, and don't touch anything on the table. Even if you think it's disorganized, it's my disorganization. If you tidy it up, I won't find anything," she added cheerfully. "Sure, I know. The table, it's the holy of holies," Challen replied and got down to business. Of course, she had no interest in Abby's business because she was interested in something else, and Challen was fortunate because by the end of her first day, Enrique visited Abby. Upon seeing him, Challen quickly turned her back, bent over a bucket of dirty water, indicating she had no interest in visitors. She had other things to do. However, Enrique didn't even glance at her. He hadn't come to see the cleaning lady. Abby came out of her office to greet him, giving him a quick peck on the cheek. "Hi, darling. Why are you so early today?" she asked with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with love and affection. "Because I am quite free in the near week. I have finished out a few things, and I can devote an entire week to you." "Great!" Abby clasped her hands. "So, that's how it is. I'm just a few things for him to deal with. Ooh, I wish I could hit you with this dirty rag right now. By the way, it's strange that Enrique did not tell his mistress something like my bimbo had left, but referred to some business. Maybe Abby doesn't even know he has a wife. Anyway, we'll see." Enrique and Abby secluded themselves in the office, but soon they came out, said their goodbyes to the staff, and left. Challen remained unnoticed by her husband. It was in her best interest, but also disappointing. His flirtatious interaction with Abby was particularly heart-wrenching. The next day, Challen approached the boss's office again and said, "Apologies, Abby. I didn't take out the trash and water the flowers yesterday because your husband had visited you," she mentioned timidly. "Future husband," Abby corrected with a cheerful smile. "We're about to get married. He's just been swamped with work issues recently. Now he finally has a few days off, and I'm thrilled." "I see. Congratulations," replied Challen, smiling. Abby's radiant happiness was impossible to miss. "And what about you, Challen? Are you married?" Abby inquired. "No," Challen responded, taking a deep breath. "Oh, what heavy sighs." Abby sympathized. "Why is that? Divorced or an unhappy love?" "Unhappy love," agreed Challen. "I was about to get married, and then I discovered that my fiancé is already married. He deceived me." Genuine tears welled up in Challen's eyes. Her superior noticed this and hurried to support her unfortunate employee. "Oh dear, I apologize for your distress. Forget him. You're young, and you'll find a better," loving fiancé who is free and honest. Yes, I suppose you're right. It just hurts a lot, Chellan admitted. By the way, just imagine how his wife must feel, Abby exclaimed. Did she find out about your relationship? Yes, she did. She came and told me everything. I see, she must have been upset, Abby assured. No, she wasn't crying, but she was very upset, said Chellan, already fully recovered and wiping away the traitorous tears. Well, that's good. What's your problem? So, you were in love and now you're not? She's the one who's married to him. She's probably hurting a lot more than you are. Be glad you escaped from such a man in time. If he cheated on his wife, he would have cheated on you too. Would you have wanted that? Of course not, Chellan agreed, realizing that Abby doesn't know that Enrique is married. In other words, he's just deceiving his mistress, and for what? Given what Chellan knows about Enrique, it's easy to guess. Money. He must think that there's more money to be made from his mistress than from his wife. Chellan continued to work at a slow pace, her sympathy for Abby growing each day, and it was odd. She should hate and despise her. She was her husband's mistress, but Chellan also realized that Abby was oblivious to the truth. Therefore, she couldn't entirely blame her. It was Enrique who was disloyal to both his wife and his mistress, even promising to marry Abby. Apparently, once Chellan returns from her business trip, Enrique will immediately start talking about divorce. Now Chellan was prepared for it, and even planned to be the first to state she did not want to live with a liar and a cheat. She decided to come here at the end of her imaginary business trip, without this masquerade, and show herself to the lovers at the moment when it would be too late for them to deny it. Chellan visualized her husband's shock and sighed deeply once more. She had never imagined her marriage ending so tragically. Perhaps she should warn Abby about the sort of man she was planning to marry. This woman clearly loved Enrique, and it was evident her feelings were genuine. However, witnessing her own husband meeting his mistress after her work was intolerable. Every minute, when they seemed that no one could see them, they hugged, kissed, exchanged tender words and confessions, paying no attention to the cleaning lady. But Chellan noticed everything, and her heart ached not only for herself, but also for Abby. The presence of the cleaning lady in the office remained unnoticed, not only by Enrique, but also by other employees. They did not consider Chellan a significant person, and many spoke quite frankly in front of her. Thus, she learned of a conspiracy, which would bring considerable damage to the company. It would have been more logical for her to keep silent, because it was none of her business. Let her rival's business collapse. But now Chellan saw Abby not as a rival, but as a friend in misfortune, and did not wish her any harm. She recognized that Abby, like herself, was a hard worker who achieved everything through her own efforts, without any influential relatives to give her a leg up. Why should she lose everything? Unrequited love, though painful, can be survived, but losing a business to which she dedicated so much time and effort, it was too much. In addition, Chellan found out the most unpleasant news. The partners who were going to deceive Abby had been introduced to her by Enrique. Apparently, Enrique had decided to exploit and rob Abby in this way. In this way, he wouldn't need a divorce or to go through with his wedding to Abby. However, Chellan didn't want to find out what he was up to. Instead, she decided that she would do her own best to prevent the deception of a woman who deserved nothing bad at all. On the day of the critical negotiations, Chellan arrived at the office disguised as a cleaning lady, but instead of starting her cleaning duties, she went directly to the office where the meeting was being held. She made her appearance just as Abby was about to sign a disastrous deal. "Wait, wait!" she exclaimed. "Abby, you shouldn't sign. It will ruin your whole business."
Abby looked displeased, asked, "What's the matter with you, Challen? What are you doing? How do you know which deal will fail and which will not?" At this point, Challen removed her wig and shook out her hair. "I'm not a cleaning lady. I also own a firm much like yours. I overheard those who planned to deceive you. I know business, so it was obvious to me. Let me prove it to you quickly." And she detailed the problems with the deal and why it should not proceed. Abby comprehended everything, kicked her supposed partners out of her office, and the two women found themselves alone in the office. "I don't understand, Challen. What is this all about? Did someone send you?" "Who?" "Nobody. I came on my own, as I am not just the owner of the company, but also Enrique's wife." "Yes, indeed, his legal wife. Here's a marriage license." "That's insane. Is it true?" Abby whispered. "Yes, it is true. I discovered quite accidentally that he was having an affair with you, but I was unsure of how to handle it. So I thought I'd first get a job with you and understand the situation. I realize this may seem silly or immature, but it has provided some benefit, at least in business. As for me, my life with him is over. We'll divorce." Abby sat with her face in her hands, then resolutely raised her head. "Challen, thank you. You've not only saved my business, but probably spared me a big mistake. This will help me even more. I will, of course, sever all ties with him. He's the one who insisted on this deal, and I wondered why he would do such a thing. You sit here. He should be here any minute. I'll simply announce that it's over between us. As for you and him, as you decide." "But it's over between us too, so if you do still love him—" "What love, Challen, are you talking about?" "Yes, I loved him, and I'll probably cry for a long time after our breakup. But he intended to ruin and rob me. This assumption will help me overcome my heart pain." Enrique did not keep them waiting for long. He soon stormed into the office full of indignant complaints. He had already heard about the broken deal. The people with whom he had made an agreement had called and explained everything. He didn't notice Challen at first and turned to Abby with a speech of indignation. "What is this? I got a call from decent people which I recommended to you, and what they told me is outrageous." "Hello, Enrique," Challen called out to him, interrupting the flow of his perturbation. The man turned around and saw his wife. "What is it?" he asked, turning pale. "Are you here? Why?" "Yes, darling. You have failed on all fronts," Abby replied. "It was Challen who thwarted this deal and told me everything. And yes, Enrique, I know everything. And I'm telling you, it's over between us. There will be no wedding and no relationship." "Yes, but there will be a divorce," said Challen. "You should remove your things from my apartment today. I'm not going to live with you anymore." The man's eyes, filled with fear and shock, darted from one woman to the other. He realized he was in a desperate situation. If he had been alone with either of them, then he might have been able to persuade them to maintain the relationship, but now the situation was undoubtedly horrific and seemed impossible to rectify. "You know, ladies," he finally said, his face twisted in anger, "where have you ever seen a wife and her mistress team up against the man? Well done! And there are my last words for you. The first one who changes her mind and calls me stays with me, but it's going to take a long time to apologize." Saying this, he jumped out of the office and was followed by the friendly and merry laughter of both women. "Yes, Abby, we fell for a charming man," Challen exclaimed. "And I didn't even realize he was married. He skillfully portrayed himself as a loner," she continued. "I was tricked by that too," Challen admitted. "I mean, he wasn't married before me, but he told me that he'd always been lonely after he'd had some sort of unhappy first love,
After which he hadn't trusted women for a long time, and now he'd met me, and it had all come to a head. Despite their shared past with Enrique, neither woman wanted to rekindle their relationship with him. Abby refused to converse with him, and Challen filed for divorce. However, their shared experience led to an unexpected friendship. Surprisingly, the two women found common ground and even decided to collaborate in their professional lives. Enrique was furious, realizing he had lost two seemingly profitable and successful deals. He was left with nothing, but he was not alone. Brittany, Challen's friend, had been interested in him for a long time. Just to get close to Enrique, she informed Challen about her husband's affair. Her plans succeeded beyond expectations. Both women abandoned Enrique, and Brittany became the person he could turn to, as he didn't have his own place. A native of the village, Enrique had lived in a hostel during his studies and hadn't acquired his own dwelling. So Enrique's belongings were quickly moved from Challen's apartment to Brittany's. The new roommate comforted him. "Don't worry, you'll be much better off with me. I'll never reproach you for anything. I may not be as wealthy as those two, but I love you and will never leave you." Enrique reciprocated her love, but he knew Brittany wasn't the one for him. "They have ruined everything for me. How did I mess up so badly?" he thought with annoyance. "I lost everything because of them, and now my reputation is tarnished. When people find out, I'll become a laughingstock." Meanwhile, the affair left another consequence for Abby. Amidst her worries, she didn't immediately notice changes in her health, but soon she realized that she was pregnant. The woman quickly shared this news with her new friend. "Abby, really?" Challen exclaimed with joyful surprise. "I'm so happy for you. I even envy you. You know, I can't have children. I was seriously ill as a child. Can I babysit your child? Can I be the godmother?" "Of course you can," Abby smiled, but it was clear that something was troubling her. "Why are you sad?" Challen asked. "Because the child will have a mother and godmother, but no father. Do you think I should inform him about his child?" They had never mentioned Enrique's name after the incident, nor did they talk about him. They only remembered and cried over him when they were alone. "I don't know. As for me, I wouldn't tell him. Think about it. Honestly, what good would it do? You don't need his money or help, right? You can't expect him to be a good father. And what's the point of seeing him again? He'll just cause more problems. What if he comes to your place because you're having his child?" Abby couldn't disagree with this. She decided not to tell Enrique about the baby. It was better to forget about him completely. The pregnancy initially proceeded without issues, but difficulties arose in the second half, resulting in numerous doctor and hospital visits. The women were primarily concerned about the child's well-being, and their worry proved unnecessary, as the boy was born healthy and on time. However, problems arose with Abby. Soon after the birth, a massive hemorrhage began, which the doctors were unable to control. Abby did not survive. This tragedy struck Challen. She already considered Abby her own sister. Of course, she could not leave the baby. She already considered him almost her own. So she adopted him. Meanwhile, Enrique could not forget the happiness he had lost. He had once lived a comfortable life with a wealthy woman, enjoying the luxuries she provided. But his insatiable desire for more led him to lose everything. What did he have left? Brittany? At first, she was thrilled and doted on him, but her interest quickly faded. It was understandable. When he lived with his wealthy wife, he was considered wealthy himself. But now he had squandered all he gained with his ex-wife. His new girlfriend increasingly frustrated, exclaiming, "I don't get it. You're not going to work at all? You've worked somewhere before, and now what? Aren't you tired of sitting at home yourself? Brittany was indignant every day. Brittany had initially believed Enrique to be a stable, wealthy man. However, she soon discovered that he had been living off Chelan's earnings and was now dismissive of all her reproaches. No, Brittany, I'm simply fed up with everything. I can't work for a minimal wage, can I? And a decent job is difficult to find. And what will you do until you find one? Do you expect me to support you, like Chelan did? Buying you suits, taking you to restaurants and resorts? No, my dear, you've mistaken me for someone else. Go find your next benefactor. Enrique was dubious about his chances of finding another benefactor. He had been fortunate twice in his life and doubted a third time would come around. He knew he couldn't return to his previous relationships, as forgiveness was unlikely, and if that was the case, why even try? Enrique was oblivious to how his ex-partners were faring, and he didn't know that Abby was pregnant. But one day, hanging around his old acquaintances, looking for some profit for himself, he learned about the birth of his son and the death of Abby. That evening he went home distressed. Just think about it, Brittany. I miscalculated so badly. If Chelan hadn't found out about me and Abby, I would have had an easy life, he lamented. Brittany remained silent about her involvement in the matter and the fact that she had revealed everything to Enrique's ex-wife. However, she couldn't comprehend why Enrique was in despair right now. What happened? What have you heard? She asked. Enrique replied, Abby has died. She gave birth to a boy and then passed away. It must have been due to worry. That foolish girl. May she rest in peace. If she had just told me, I would have married her immediately. Now I could have been a wealthy heir. What a tragedy, Brittany said, crossing herself. Is the baby alive? Yes, he is alive. It's a boy, I think, but what good does it do? We never got married. I don't have any involvement with him, so he'll inherit everything. Or, I'm not sure how it works, but something needs to be done, right? Well, if the child is alive, you can claim your paternity. It's quite straightforward these days, Brittany advised. Prove it and state that you want to raise your son. Why are you looking so shocked? Listen to me. I'm giving you a good advice, she added, deep in thought. But how will I prove it? What will I say? Enrique doubted her idea. You'll say, I'm the father. I lived with his mother. We quarrelled foolishly. I had no idea about the child at the time, but now I know. I mourn for Abby and I want to take my boy. Then add something pitiful. They'll return him, I have no doubt. He's your child, and along with him you will get the money. And what should we do with the baby? Well, that's another matter. First, get him back. With money, it's not such a big problem. We can hire babysitters, find a nursery. I'll assist if needed. Sensing that her lover might regain his footing, Brittany became more accommodating and patient, though she privately thought, what a lazy clown I got. And so Enrique set off to find out where his son was and how he could get him back. What he discovered shocked him. It turned out that the boy had already been adopted by his ex-wife. Yes, what is this? He inwardly resented. She's going to cross my path all my life? She separated me from Abby, like a dog kicked me out. Now she has taken away my son. I'm sorry, Chelan, but you can't do that. If you can't give birth to your own children, you shouldn't take other people's children. My son has a father, and I'm not going to give him to anyone. With this message, he approached his former wife, but she refused to listen. What son, Enrique? This boy has nothing to do with you. Abby had another man, and you mean nothing to her. You can go wherever you want, but without my boy. She knew perfectly well that Enrique had no feelings for the child and only wanted him for the money. The woman was also sure that nothing could come of his efforts. However, Enrique thought otherwise. Okay, I agree. Maybe he's not mine. But you'll have to prove it, right? DNA test. If it turns out the son isn't mine, then the issue will be closed. The issue is already closed, Chellan replied calmly. I won't allow any tests to be done. This child is mine according to all documents. You would be better off asking where Abby is buried. At least bring flowers to her grave. You're only interested in her money. What's money got to do with it? I need my son, and when I get him, I'll go to the grave with him. Do you want the child to think you're his mother and forget about his own mother? Don't be stubborn. Take the test. Why are you resisting? The child may not even be mine, but then you can live peacefully, Enrique insisted. I already live quite peacefully, and we won't do any tests, Chellan replied, ushering her ex-husband out the door. The visit alarmed her, of course. She knew Enrique wouldn't easily back down. Apparently his life was not going well, and the child, or rather his money, was important to him. She realized she would have to protect the little boy from his father's troubles. Don't worry, son. No one is going to take you away. You are only mine, she said, kissing her son. For 2 months, she was constantly with the baby, always holding him. However, she needed to work to support the child. She did not want to use the money inherited from his mother, realizing instead that she could earn a living herself. But one can't work with a baby in their arms, so she hired a nanny, a woman known to be experienced and reliable. The nanny proved to be a good assistant, attentive and competent, treating the child perfectly. Like many, however, she needed money. That's what Enrique played on. When he came home and shared with Brittany the outcome of his visit to Chellan, she too was upset about how her former friend was intruding into their lives. But there was no time for resentment. The clever lady quickly understood that Chellan would likely struggle to take care for the baby alone. She's still working, isn't she? Well, if she's working, she must be leaving the baby with someone. Yeah, a babysitter, but I don't know her, do I? And will she even talk to me? The man wondered. What kind of idiot are you? Brittany exclaimed angrily. The task is simple. Just stand near her house and see who comes out with a stroller. Negotiate, pay, that's all there is to it. Following her advice, Enrique acquainted himself with the nanny and persuaded her to collect materials for a DNA test in exchange for a sum of money. Rest assured it won't harm him, he reassured the woman. Just snip a few strands of hair and bring them back. You'll learn so much for such a simple task. You won't have to work for a couple of months, even more. The nanny agreed. She had to support her ailing husband and mother. That's why she constantly needed money, and saw no issue providing a service for which she was paid so well. So, Enrique was able to obtain a lock of his son's hair and conducted a test that confirmed he was the biological father of the child. The rest was procedural. He could now legitimately file a lawsuit for paternity and seek to annul the adoption. Enrique hired a lawyer with experience in such cases and portrayed Chellan in a way that was advantageous to him. He claimed that Enrique's ex-wife was the reason for his split with Abby. He further alleged that Chellan forced Abby to hide her pregnancy. This caused extreme distress to Abby, leading to her death during childbirth. According to Enrique, all this was a plot to seize Abby's property, business and money. After all, the only heir was Abby's child, who was now under the guardianship of Chellan. And it's unclear how Chellan will raise him, or if she will at all. I believe the child should be urgently taken from her and given to me, as I am the birth father. I love this baby as much as I loved his mother, and I must raise him myself in her memory," Enrique insisted. The lawyer, after hearing all this, assured Enrique that the odds were in his favour, and that he would likely win the case and gain custody of his son. Upon receiving a court summons, Chellan was taken aback. She was unprepared for such a development. Without a competent lawyer, her ex-husband stood a good chance of winning the case. With no time to find someone, she went to the first law firm she could find, explained her situation, and asked for assistance. Regrettably, only one lawyer was available, a young, inexperienced Alex Fay. There wasn't enough time to find someone else, so Chellan decided to entrust her case to him. Despite the laughter from his colleagues who believed the young man was destined to fail, she believed in him. "Alex, you can see that the woman is in a difficult situation. You should be sympathetic," they said. "It's precisely because I'm sympathetic that I'm taking this case. Yes, it's difficult at first glance, but no one else is taking it, and I assure you I won't let you down this time." Alex had previously lost a case which severely damaged his reputation and self-confidence. However, he believed he could handle this new assignment. He needed to restore his reputation, and failure was not an option this time. He knew he had to keep trying. If he feared failure, he would have to change his profession. His good name wouldn't restore itself, and he wanted to continue practicing law. Moreover, from their initial meeting, Chellan elicited his sympathy. Her story deeply moved him. He talked to Chellan, honestly told her everything about himself, listened to her story, and concluded, "You know, I need this victory as much as you do. Let's work together to defend your truth. Tell me more about the relationship between this biological father and the child's deceased mother." Alex's honesty endeared him to Chellan. Despite his youth and lack of extensive experience, she found confidence in him and their shared cause. They couldn't allow the child to end up with Enrique. "The likelihood of that is minimal," the lawyer stated. "Enrique obtained the material for the DNA test illegally. While another test can be conducted, it doesn't change the fact that his method was improper. This, along with his unstable financial and living situation, will work against him. Additionally, his ignorance about his former lover's pregnancy and his behavior towards you both is concerning. These factors will likely hinder his case. I believe we're going to win." Naturally, they won the trial. The case received extensive press coverage, leading Enrique to not only be labelled a loser, but also thoroughly disgraced. He fell into a deep depression, spending his days on the couch, bemoaning his fate and cursing Chellan. Of course, Brittany wasn't going to put up with this, and ultimately she kicked out her miserable boyfriend. "I'm sorry, Enrique, but I can't live like this," she said, while haphazardly stuffing his belongings into a suitcase. "You're unproductive, unwilling to work, and the only thing you're good at is lounging on the couch and emptying the fridge. You couldn't even win your own son back. You failed in such a straightforward, surefire case. So, what now? Should I continue to support you? No, I'm not wealthy enough to maintain a man." Enrique had no other choice but to return to his parents in the village, who incidentally were not expecting him. The thought of going back was worse than death. However, after collecting his belongings from Brittany, he realized he still had another option. A few hours later, he left his suitcase in the luggage room and, holding a bouquet in his sweaty hand, he said to Chellan, pitifully, "Chellan, imagine how I will live without you and our little son. I'll die without both of you. If you think about it, we're already a family, parents and a son. What's stopping us from getting married again and living happily ever after?" He looked hopefully into the smiling face of his ex-wife. "Who's stopping us?" "My husband, for example," she said, and at this moment the very same lawyer, Alex, came out of the room carrying a little boy. "What do you mean? Already a husband?" Enrique was confused. From their first meeting, Alex and Chellan felt a spark between them. They spent a lot of time together, communicating, and right after their victory in court, they got married. They chose not to have a grand wedding due to time constraints. However, they didn't feel the need to announce their joy to the world. Their love for each other was enough, and happiness, as they say, prefers silence. Now they were husband and wife. Enrique, understandably, had no place in this equation. Finally acknowledging this, the dejected ex-husband discarded his crumpled bouquet into the trash and left the joyous couple behind.
Jared left the doctor's office in a bad mood.
What do his words that there's no improvement yet mean? But when will they start? Have I poured so much money into this treatment for nothing? I've ruined my business with these treatments. And the competitors are not dormant, they're just waiting to step on my toes. It's understandable. In our circle, weakness is not honoured. A weak man is unreliable in business, like a lost traveller wandering through the swamp. My mother was right. There's nothing to do in this city. And I was in a hurry. I was afraid that I would not have time, and I left everything in vain,
thought Jared, leaving the clinic. His mood was at rock bottom, compounded by his weakness and dizziness.
Probably it's not worth driving in this state. Should I hire a personal driver? But where would I go? That would just be another expense,
Jared thought on his way home. He did not get behind the wheel of his old car, because life was not so disgusting that he wanted to go to the end of the world. His business partner, Victor, used to say, "You need a break, Jared. Breathe some fresh air, get some sleep, have village milk in the morning and enjoy the birds singing and the smell of freshly cut grass in the afternoon."
Ah, that would be perfect. Well, when you're healthy, the countryside is beautiful. But when you don't know how long you have left, you start to think differently.
Jared always answered on such words. Trying to dispel unpleasant memories, Jared shook his head, nearly losing his balance due to weakness. He stopped, steadying himself on a lamppost. Passers-by cautiously navigated around him, assuming he was intoxicated. However, Jared hadn't had a drink for over 2 months, since he found out about his grave illness. His doctor kept prescribing different treatment regimens that brought little relief. Anyone else in Jared's position might have caused a scene and demanded answers, but Jared was unusually reticent when it came to medical issues and felt uneasy whenever he was in the doctor's office. A wave of weakness overwhelmed Jared again. He lost his balance, stumbled off the sidewalk, and fell onto the road. His consciousness began to blur as he heard the loud horns of passing cars. Then he heard a squeal, and a large dark object appeared before him.
"Hey, man! Where did you get so much since morning that you've had enough of life? Why are you throwing yourself under the wheels like a madman?"
asked a rough male voice in his ear. Jared looked up and only now saw that a metre away from him stood a yellow bus, the body of which was slightly turned from such a sharp braking.
"I'm sorry, please. It's my illness," he replied in a weak voice.
The bus driver leaned over him, exclaiming in surprise,
"Well, you look sober. Let me help you. Can you stand up, or should I call an ambulance?"
Jared waved his hands in protest.
"No, there's no need for doctors. I just got out of the hospital myself. I'll walk. I feel better already."
The driver grunted and quickly helped Jared up. Suddenly, Jared felt a strong urge to thank the kind man. He reached into his pocket and, to his disappointment, found no cash, just bank cards. What good were they without a terminal? A solution came to mind.
He removed his watch and offered it to the bus driver. "Here, take it, please, but don't refuse, okay? It's for your concern, and the fact that you haven't driven over me, although I'd rather the other option." The bus driver was taken aback and hesitated. "Easy, man, don't overreact. It's a nice watch, keep it. You've got a nice watch, you'll need it. I'm sure you didn't buy it for pennies." But Jared insisted. "No, really, take it. I give it from the heart. I won't need it any more." After a moment, the driver accepted it. "Thanks, man. Don't be too hard on yourself and stay strong. Remember, stress causes all kinds of diseases," he called out as he drove off. Jared waved back and slowly walked towards his home. His apartment building, a towering luxury high-rise, was visible from a distance. With a whopping 30 stories, underground parking, a private playground, and a small pool with a gym, it was a symbol of elite living. Waking up to a panoramic city view was usually a joy. But today Jared wasn't thrilled. He nodded to the guard in the lobby and headed towards the elevator. But before he could press the elevator button, a familiar voice called out, "Mr. Brown, wait, please." Jared turned to see a guard, around his own age, rushing towards him. "Yes, I'm listening," Jared responded respectfully. Despite his status, he stuck to informal language with the guard. In his belief, everyone held an equal standing, but had different roles. Some handled business, while others ensure the residents' peace in a high-rise. "Mr. Brown, here's the thing. Could you possibly help me with a job?" The guard began, panting. Surprised, Jared asked, "What's the matter? You're not happy with your post at the security desk?" The uniformed man hesitated. "Well, this job is not bad. It's warm, quiet, and the tenants are reasonable. I just monitor the surveillance camera and maintain order." Jared looked at his interlocutor pointedly, urging him to get to the point. "Enough beating around the bush. Let's get to the main issue." The guard sniffed, then continued. "It's a good job, I'm not complaining, but the pay is low. My 2-year-old son needs an operation on his leg. We're in line for a treatment quota, but it's taking time and we can't wait. The doctors are urging us to act, so we need the money." The businessman nodded sympathetically. "How can I help? I may donate towards the operation. Give me the clinic's details and I'll make a transfer. I might not be able to cover the full cost, but I'll contribute as much as I can." The guard's spirits lifted and his voice changed in tone. "Thank you, Mr. Brown, but I'd like to work at your firm. I heard you have security services. If you need people, I'm ready. I have some experience as a gamekeeper as well." This intrigued Jared, and he momentarily forgot his discomfort. "A gamekeeper, you say? Interesting. Why did you become a guard, then?" The guard averted his eyes. "Well, I'm a former convict, actually. There was an accident during a hunt. Some wealthy men shot at each other while drunk. They all survived, but they pinned the blame on me. I thought I'd get promotion or a year at most, but they gave me 5 years. I served 2 to 3 of my sentence and got out on parole. The prison warden helped me get this job. Without his help, I wouldn't have been hired as a guard. And now, there's the issue with my son." Jared frowned. "I see. I'll think about it, but still give me the clinic's details. I'll go up to my apartment now and make the transfer right away. I don't mind hiring you, but my business partner is very sensitive about hiring former convicts." Tears glistened in the guard's eyes. "Thank you. I'll be forever obliged." Jared merely waved his hand and pressed the elevator button. He was not such a benefactor or a hero. Not at all. He had his flaws like anyone else. But children were his weakness. "How can you not help the security guard's son? The kid is only 2 years old. He could end up lame for life. And children are the future," Jared thought. Arriving at his apartment door, Jared took out the keys from his pocket. One of them, the oldest and most worn, made him shudder. It was the key to his mother's house, where she lived alone, abandoned by everyone, including her own son. Shaking off the unpleasant memory, Jared inserted the key into the lock and turned it counterclockwise. The apartment smelled pleasantly of something fried. It smelled delicious, and Jared smiled. Oh, nice. Chelsea ordered food from the restaurant, Jared thought with pleasure. Then he heard voices. There were two of them, a male and a female, coming from the bedroom. One was his wife Chelsea's, but the other one... Vincent, what's he doing here? He and Chelsea can't stand each other. This thought raced through Jared's mind as he opened the door to the bedroom. The reality was unpleasant. While he had heard about such incidents in acquaintances' stories, witnessing it firsthand was a different story. Chelsea and Vincent were lying together, openly discussing their future. Jared even managed to discern the word wedding in their conversation. His blood boiled with anger at the sight. However, Vincent, noticing Jared in the doorway, only nonchalantly gestured towards a chair. "Sit down, Jared. Don't lose your cool." "There's no need for a scene, Jared. Vincent and I love each other and want to get married," Chelsea added with a languid smile. "I'll wipe you out," Jared hissed, grimacing from the intense pain at the back of his head. "Oh, come on. It's funny to hear from the man who is with one foot in his grave. Consider your own position. By the way, you've no place in business anymore. I held a private shareholders' meeting yesterday and you've been removed from your position because of your illness. So, return to your village swamp," Vincent said arrogantly. Jared's face twisted, a malicious glint in his eyes. "Leave my apartment before I kick both of you out like unruly kittens." Chelsea grinned, twirling a fiery red curl around her finger. "Jared, what a bad day you are having today. Everything you say is incorrect. The apartment is registered as a wedding present for me. Have you forgotten? Your official residence is in the country, right? So now, pack your things and leave." Defeated on all fronts, Jared waved his hand in resignation and wandered into the room that had been his office for several years. He was to fulfill a promise he had made to the guard. The businessman leisurely pulled out his cell phone from his pocket, calling to the bank. After brief negotiations, the necessary funds were transferred to the account of the hospital performing the boy's operation. Jared transferred the money almost automatically, not hesitating for a moment. He didn't care, as long as he could leave the dreaded apartment quickly. However, the cheerful voices of Chelsea and Vincent from the bedroom continued to irritate him, causing him to clench his jaw in helplessness. Jared was in a terrible state. His head was spinning, his mouth was dry, and he was extremely thirsty. Unfortunately, there was no water in his study, and he didn't want to pass by the bedroom to get to the kitchen. He admitted to himself that he was acting cowardly in this situation. A real man would have confronted the lovers, shouting obscenities at the top of his lungs. But in his current state, he felt too weak. His hands slumped, and his lips were pressed into a single unbroken line. After packing his bag and everything he needed, Jared left the apartment, slamming the door loudly in farewell. What else could he do? Listen to their cheers or feel like a loser? No, that was enough. On the ground floor, the guard gave him a sympathetic look. "Did you know?" asked Jared despondently, and the guard nodded, looking away. "Then why didn't you tell me? Didn't you feel sorry for me?" "I did tell you. I wrote a letter to you and attached the video surveillance footage. I left all this in the mailbox," he explained. Jared shook his head in regret. "Oh, I've already forgotten when I last checked my mail. But it's pointless to fight now, when it's already over. Well, I'm leaving. I've arranged the payment to your son. 70% of the sum is paid. Just add a bit more and it's done," Jared said, and made his way to the door, wondering what to do next. His mind was screaming to start a battle with Vincent and Chelsea, but his heart was begging him to go back to where he had started. "If I leave now, Vincent will take all the business.
and won't even thank me. He had already managed to hold the shareholders' council secretly, and everyone is just waiting for me to die, and none other than Vincent will say a beautiful but deceitful farewell speech about me over my fresh grave. We started together 7 years ago as newcomers. I left everything in my village, my work, my parents, house, and above all my mother, and went to conquer the city. Instead of talking to my mother, telling her my point of view, convincing her that I didn't belong in the village, I ran away to the city with all her money. I don't remember why I was afraid to tell the truth about leaving, and after I ran away I was ashamed. Yes, it was an ugly act. I took all her savings from the box and ran away in the dark night. Yes, this situation is the punishment for my heinous deed. 7 years have passed, and it seems like yesterday. Then I didn't know what awaited me, whether I could settle down and achieve something in a big city. But I did. I worked hard in the office. I traded everything I could and slowly climbed up the career ladder. Not by myself, of course, but with a friend in misfortune, Vincent. Yeah, he was always more cunning. I was climbing higher and higher, and Vincent was growing with me. And this is what it came to.
On his way to the train station, Jared smiled to himself, recalling his journey in business. He didn't care if passers-by thought he was strange. They were entitled to their opinions. Jared decided to travel to his hometown by train. He had always enjoyed the rhythmic clatter of wheels on tracks, the scenery outside the window, and tea served by the obliging conductor. Unfortunately, his luck was out today.
"No tickets. It's summer, resort season. You should have booked in advance,"
the cashier said with visible irritation.
"Perhaps there's something, maybe a connecting train,"
Jared pleaded. The cashier looked at Jared's pale face with reproach.
"I said there's nothing. Do I have to repeat myself? I've already strained my voice twice. You're all like children, wanting everything."
Jared nodded and stepped aside. An hour ago, he had a lot of money, but it was spent on the guard's son's treatment. However, he didn't regret it, considering it could be the last good deed of his life.
"How am I supposed to get to my village now? There's not enough money for a cab. I'm too afraid to drive myself. I could easily get into an accident and hurt someone innocent,"
Jared thought wistfully. The only remaining option was the hitchhiking.
Who has it easy nowadays? The main thing is for my mum to accept me, since we have not seen each other for 7 years.
Jared tried to console himself. Jared had completely lost hope when luck finally shone on him in the form of a middle-aged truck driver. Seeing Jared standing by the roadside with a bag in his hands, the man opened the door and shouted from the truck cab,
"Hey, where do you need to go?"
Jared responded with a hint of uncertainty, and the driver's face spread into a broad smile.
"Then we're on the same path. Get in."
Joy lit up in Jared's eyes.
"Finally, I have some good luck," he thought.
The truck driver turned out to be a pleasant fellow, who entertained with tales from his life that sounded more like tall tales. Jared listened with half an ear, struggling to stay awake. The entire trip took about 5 hours, during which Jared could only think about one thing. How would his mother react to his return? Would she turn him away, remembering how he had stolen her hard-earned money?
Why did I do such a despicable thing? Why did I steal from my own mother? You are a thief, Jared. A despicable, an insolent thief.
Jared repeated to himself on the way home. The village, as often happens with such locations, was relatively far from the highway where the driver had left Jared. This meant that he, a businessman weakened by illness, had to carry his bag for at least a couple of kilometers under the scorching June sun. Jared smiled to himself and continued towards the village, using the dilapidated mill building as a landmark. Once it had been a bustling place, and his mother used to bake him pancakes using a fresh flour.
She also made pies. Jared loved his mother's baked goods. Simple, uncomplicated, yet incredibly tasty. Holding one of these pies, warm and exuding a heavenly aroma, was a delight. The light, porous dough made them almost weightless and easy on the stomach. You could eat a dozen in one sitting without feeling overly full. Jared tasted her delicious cooking for the last time 7 years ago, the day before he fled from home under the cover of darkness. Since then, he hadn't found anything as satisfying as his mum's home-cooked meals. Despite visiting various restaurants, serving foreign dishes and luxurious sauces, nothing compared to his mother's simple yet hearty meals. The bustling waiters, famous chefs, and stage singers seemed to offer an air of luxury and wealth, but they couldn't provide the comfort his soul craved. Nothing in life could match a dinner in the village after a hard day's work, where the table was laden with fresh produce from the garden, cucumbers, tomatoes, and buttered boiled potatoes. Recalling all this, Jared felt a pang of hunger. His mouth watered and his stomach rumbled. This is a good sign. When was the last time I had such an appetite? I can't recall. Perhaps Vincent was right, suggesting I retreat into the wilderness. Despite his betrayal, which is unforgivable, his advice was sound, Jared thought, quickening his pace. To his surprise, he found his steps becoming more assured, his thoughts clearer, his head no longer heavy as a cast-iron pot. It wasn't a cure, but given his unfortunate situation, it was the best thing that could happen to him that day. Even though it was well past noon, the air was not yet cool. Sweat dripped from Jared's face, a stark contrast to his usual air-conditioned car journeys. Now he had to return to his childhood home, where he had spent the best years of his life. I was such a fool. I chased money and lost more than I gained, including my mother's trust. Why did I ever leave my hometown? He asked aloud. The sound of his own voice against the rural backdrop felt unnatural and somewhat absurd. Suddenly, a peculiar squeaking sound resonated a few meters off the road. Jared paused and placed his bag on the sun-warmed ground. The peculiar squeak echoed again, propelling him towards the nearby wild rosehip bushes. Jared approached cautiously and circumvented the thorny bush, which sprawled out in all directions like a gargantuan spider. He peered closer and gasped in astonishment. Nestled in the grass was a fiery red creature. It was larger than a cat, yet smaller than a big dog. It's a fox cub, still young but quite sizable. What happened to it? Jared thought, reaching out to touch the russet creature. The fox cub shuddered, then whimpered pitifully, much like a child deprived of their favourite toy. Hey there, what's wrong with your paw? What's that attached to it? The man gently inquired, speaking as if the fox could comprehend his words. The auburn animal squeaked once more and attempted to lift its front paw, which held a glittering, odd object. A trap, flashed through Jared's mind. But how can I remove it? And what if the fox gets a hold of my hand? To protect himself, he took a shirt out of his bag and wrapped it around his arm. However, the precaution turned out to be unnecessary, because the fox endured the whole procedure of removing the trap, and at the end he licked Jared's hand. Wow, how kind! And they say that foxes are evil and cunning animals, Jared remarked with a smile. The red fox squeaked gratefully and tried to stand, but immediately fell on its side with a muffled groan. Hush, hush, where are you going so quickly? I'm not a vet, but I think your leg is broken. How about I take you with me? My mum is great at healing. She'll get you back on your feet, but you need to be patient. Can you bear it? Jared asked. The fox sneezed amusingly in response and looked at his saviour eagerly with his beady eyes. You're not a fool, I see. Well then, be patient, little one. Now, let's continue on our way. I'm going to put you in my bag, okay? But I won't close it. I don't want you to get too hot.
I wish I had some water. I could really go for some well water right now to quench my thirst," Jared concluded, and carefully placed the little fox in the bag. The cub remained calm, only occasionally squeaking when Jared lifted the bag over a bump. Finally, the village appeared in the distance. Squat houses, wicker fences, and fences leaning to one side. From one end of the village the distinct mooing of a cow could be heard, from the other the clucking of hens and the pitiful bleating of goats. These sounds merged into a single hum, familiar only to someone who had spent their childhood in a beloved village. Jared knew he had to walk another 200 meters before the roof of his mother's house would come into view. Previously, a little dwelling stood there, but his late father and grandfather had expanded it to the size of a more substantial house. Jared's heart quickened at the sight. He could already see his mother's vegetable garden, with rows of potatoes planted a few months ago, and a small greenhouse containing tomatoes and peppers. A little further away stood a well, the water from which he had been craving for the past hour. "We're almost there. See that gate? We'll open it soon and our adventure will be over," said Jared, patting the little fox on the head. Jared took a few steps towards the gate and stopped, taken aback. Near the fence stood 2 people. A skinny woman around 30 with a frightened expression, and a 7-year-old boy looking at everything with innate childlike curiosity. Upon seeing the tall man with the bag in his hands, they froze warily, particularly the woman. Mother and son, maybe. They look like homeless people, though I'm not far from them myself. I look similar, the businessman thought to himself. "Hello, sir. You're from this house, aren't you?" The boy broke the silence. "Yes, I am. However, I haven't been home in quite some time. About 7 years," replied Jared, embarrassed. At this moment, the sound of a door opening echoed, and the familiar silhouette of his mother appeared at the entrance of the house. "Jared, my boy, is that you? You've returned, my dear," Sarah exclaimed, tears streaming down her face. Startled, Jared turned pale and dropped the bag he was holding. At that moment, the little fox sitting inside it gave a pitiful yelp, which did not escape the boy's attention. "What's that sound coming from your bag? A toy? May I see?" Jared looked at the boy's mother. "It's a fox cub. I found it by the roadside with a trap on its foot and decided to save him." He couldn't finish because at that moment his mother went over to him and hugged him tightly. "You're here, Jared, my darling," she sobbed, embracing her son. Jared expected anything but this. How could Mum forget that I took her last money? However, Sarah wasn't thinking about that now. The most important thing was her son's return. For 7 long years she had waited for her favourite boy to come home. Had she forgiven Jared for taking the money? Of course she had. After all, he was her only son, and money was just paper. It couldn't replace simple human joys. All this while, the strange woman and her boy stood aside, not knowing what to say or how to behave in this awkward situation. Finally, Sarah, having admired her son enough, turned her attention to the guests. "Good evening. Why are you standing there? Come into the yard. I don't bite. The whole neighbourhood knows me. I even leave the gate open during the day. People come for fresh milk, others for eggs. Everyone's welcome. Come in, dear guests, but please excuse me. I haven't seen my son for 7 years." Meanwhile, Jared took the furry creature out of the bag and sat him on his lap. The boy exclaimed, "Wow, how cute! What eyes! And the nose!" Jared smiled and scooped up water with his hand from a nearby bucket. He began to let the little fox drink. Sarah asked anxiously while examining the fox's paw, "Who did such a nasty thing to this creature? All the hunters in the village respect the law. They don't harm anyone except ducks in season."
I don't know, Mum. I found him by the roadside, Jared replied. The trap was without a leash. Apparently the fox stepped into it somewhere else and then chewed the rope. He kept walking until it ran out of strength. Can I treat his wound? The boy's mother offered. Sarah looked at the guest with undisguised surprise. Are you a veterinarian? The woman coughed embarrassedly, and a blush appeared on her cheeks. No, I'm a doctor, a general practitioner, but I know how to treat wounds. Animals, they're almost like people, only they can't talk. Sarah looked at her with respect, saying, Great! I'll bring some bandages and soap. Won't it hurt it? The boy was concerned. Sarah smiled and reassured him. No, we'll be careful. Your mum and I will even blow on the wound, so the little fox won't feel a thing. Jared watched the unfolding events in disbelief. Just yesterday, he was in a stuffy office, reprimanding his employees. And now, he was sitting near his village house, with his mother and an unfamiliar woman with her curious son. As it became clear a little later, her name was Anne, and her son was Zach. They had travelled from the same city as Jared. Anne shared that they had chanced upon the village. They had left the highway, spotted a signpost, and decided to ask for a night's stay. Why they chose Sarah's homestead, they couldn't explain. Most likely the house of the kind-hearted woman smelled of hospitality, which eventually determined the choice of this strange couple. Jared found Anne reserved and quiet. While tending to the fox's wound, she continually looked around, as if expecting an attack. They had brought even fewer personal belongings than Jared. Were they in such a hurry that they couldn't even pack? That's strange. He didn't know the answer to that question, nor did he know if he had any right to ask this modest woman, who was he himself, by the way, a bankrupt businessman on the run, a man who had lost his home and his wife. Anne quickly treated the fox's wound, and then skillfully applied a tidy splint made from a small stick and a piece of elastic bandage. In a week or two you'll be as good as new, she said, smiling. Your hands are magic. The fox cub didn't even flinch. If you decide to stay in the village, you won't starve. We need a medical specialist at the clinic, Sarah said, respect evident in her voice. Oh, thank you. In fact, I was worried and was afraid to hurt the fox. Anne brushed off the compliment. After they stood outside for a while longer, Sarah invited everyone into her house. Come on in, I've set the table. We've got potatoes, fried fish, and pies with apple jam. All the vegetables are from my garden. No chemicals. My neighbour caught the fish yesterday. He doesn't eat it himself. He says he enjoys the process. He's such a good fisherman. You won't find another like him. Jared allowed Anne and her son to proceed, and he himself stayed in the doorway to apologise to his mother for everything. For his theft, for indifference and 7 years of uncertainty. However, Sarah had already guessed his intention. She affectionately dismissed his apology. No need, Jared. The past is the past. There's no need to rehash it. You're my son and I'm your mum. I knew you had a good heart and that someday you'd come back and everything would be okay. Her words stirred confusion in Jared's heart. Thanks, Mum. If you knew how much I regret what I did, and how I was afraid to come back and look you in the eye. You know, Mum, I'm very ill. The doctors have already conducted 100 tests, but the treatment isn't working yet. Don't take it to heart, son. At home, you know, the walls heal. Go to the woods for mushrooms and berries. Drink some clear water. Afterward, you'll see what to do next. Let's eat before everything gets cold. The potatoes are delicious, said Sarah, leading the way across the threshold. Jared nodded and closed the door behind him. The small kitchen smelled divine. Zach, hungry from the day, eagerly tapped a spoon on the bottom of his soup bowl, ensuring not to miss a single morsel. Anne was eating more discreetly, but with equal enthusiasm. So, do you like the village meal or not? The hostess asked with a smile. Of course, it's delicious, Zach answered on behalf of everyone. The sight of the splendid spread on the table brought tears to Jared's eyes. It was probably nostalgia, a longing for his homeland, which he had been stubbornly repressing for 7 long years. After dinner, Jared went outside to sit on a bench and think over his next steps. His phone buzzed in his pocket, signalling the arrival of a text message. Jared scowled, because the sender was Chelsea, who informed him that she had filed for divorce and was actively preparing for a wedding with Vincent. Jared smirked and texted back, "Wish you love and good luck." For some reason, he felt no anger towards Chelsea. To live and witness your husband's decline is difficult to endure. Chelsea had always been a woman with ambition and high expectations, and Jared had simply not lived up to them. What more could he say? Sitting on the bench, Jared patted the little fox and pondered his health. He was determined not to abandon treatment, but decided to stop taking the various mixtures and pills. The side effects were exacerbating his condition, proving to be far worse than the disease's symptoms themselves. He enjoyed sitting on the bench at his parents' house. The bench was a testament to his father's craftsmanship. Whether it was creating wooden items for the house or carving miniature toys and animal figures, his father was truly skilled. "I should take a walk in the forest tomorrow, perhaps with the fox. The exercise would do us good," Jared thought, heading back to the house in the pitch dark. Anne and Zach were already asleep in the guest room. Only Sarah was awake, sitting in the living room and reading the book. "Mum, I plan to get up early tomorrow. I'm thinking of taking the fox cub and Zach to the woods. They don't know yet, it'll be a surprise. Please wake me up early so I can prepare. Could you also fill up a thermos with food for us?" Jared requested, standing in the doorway. Sarah smiled, adjusting her glasses as she nodded. "Okay, Sonny, I'll definitely wake you up, and I'll give you some milk for the road to eat with bread." Jared looked at his mother with affection, promising himself he would never leave her alone. As soon as his head hit the pillow, sleep overtook him so quickly. It was as if he was in the arms of Morpheus. Jared's dreams were vivid but unsettling. He dreamt of Chelsea's wedding. Vincent was uncorking a bottle of champagne amidst raucous laughter. Their guests were smiling, and the newlyweds were inseparable. In his dream, the wedding of Chelsea and his former companion seemed lavish to Jared. It made sense, as Vincent was not a fool, quickly figuring out how to turn a profit. Only God knew how much money he had siphoned from the company account. Jared had often been told by his friends and colleagues, "Trust but verify." He should have set up surveillance cameras in his partner's office. Then he would have known everything happening within the office walls. But what use were these thoughts now? It was too late anyway. Meanwhile, Sarah went to bed well past midnight, spending about an hour praying for her beloved son's health. She could see that Jared had become very thin, a shadow of his former self. This business has really worn him out. He works relentlessly without any rest. He could have chosen to stay here and teach foreign languages at school, as suggested. But he didn't. He pursued the money. This pursuit drained his remaining strength. His luck wasn't any better with his wife. She learned about the wedding by chance when someone from the neighbourhood spotted a photo on the back page. It was Jared arm in arm with his bride. How could the neighbour not show such a photo to the whole village? Soon the local gossip mongers started mocking Sarah, saying, "What a great mother! She raised a son who didn't even invite his own mother to his wedding." Of course, Sarah didn't tell anyone about the missing money from her jewellery box. She felt protective of her son, hoping that he would come to his senses and return. For 7 long years she had been waiting. Now she was sure that her son's life would get better. Jared woke up the next morning to the crowing of the neighbour's rooster. "Oh, what's the point of crowing this early? I'll let my fox pay you a visit. He'll silence your heavenly voice," muttered a sleepy Jared, shaking his fist. Anne was already on her feet, busily helping Sarah with household chores. And from afar, you can't tell that she's a city girl, Jared thought respectfully, and went outside to wash his face with well water, cold and sweet at the same time. Although his illness was still present, its symptoms had somewhat subsided, as if he had taken a hefty dose of painkillers. Upon learning that Jared was planning a forest trip to gather mushrooms and berries, Anne decided to join him and Zack, along with their fox. Before they set off, Sarah handed Jared a package, saying, "Take this. It contains eggs, potatoes, and chicken ham. I'll add some milk and apple pies. Zack loved them so much yesterday." Jared objected. "Mum, this is enough food for a whole week. And Zack and I couldn't eat all this in a month." "Take it, Jared, and don't argue," she insisted. "You'll see, it won't be enough." Resignedly, Jared accepted the package. He didn't want to upset his mother by refusing the food she had lovingly prepared. Zack woke up to a delightful surprise. A walk in the real forest with his mother and his new friend Jared. It felt like a fairy tale. Jared assumed the role of a guide. He led the group out of the village and towards the forest. The fox cub, due to his injury, was tucked away in his bag, observing the world with his usual calmness and caution. The locals looked at Jared with reproach. There he is, the former schoolteacher. All he wanted was to go to the city, but what's the use? He's pale as a ghost. He doesn't look like himself. Jared felt their negativity, but responded by simply lowering his eyes and continuing to march forward. Upon reaching the forest, Jared seemed to relax. Now there's no need to lower my eyes in shame. The forest, like a father, is always ready to help to comfort. The fir tree branches are waving welcomingly, and the birds are chirping, like a welcoming hostess awaiting her husband's return from the plough. Sensing the power radiating from the dark greenery, Jared asked cautiously, Anne, why did you and Zack move to the village? You're city folks, aren't you? She sighed sadly. Yes, Jared, you're right, but we had no other choice. Zack isn't my relative. His parents died in an accident, and his grandfather raised him from the age of 2. I was his grandfather's doctor. Mr. Sherwell ran a successful business almost single-handedly. His son and daughter-in-law were his hope, but they met an unfortunate fate. He outlived them all, including his wife, who was severely ill and passed away before the children. A few months ago, Mr. Sherwell fell sick, experiencing morning weakness and nausea. I tried to treat him, but he had no time because of his business. He surrounded himself with bad people, greedy, cruel. They had their eyes on his fortune. What does an elderly man in his old age need? Care and attention. Those scoundrels provided the businessman with everything. They said we would carry you in our arms, but make a will for us to be your grandson's counsellors. When Zack grows up, he'll get it all at once. They said it would be a contribution to his future, and the boy would not go to an orphanage and stay with the guardian, Anne continued. And did he believe? It sounds like a lie. Jared couldn't contain himself. Anne shook her head regretfully. It's clear to you, Jared, but Mr. Sherwell seized any opportunity without thinking, just to secure his grandson's future. I visited his house many times and saw the direction things were heading. And then he was gone. And according to the will, all the finances went to these guardians, right? Jared asked again. Well, not quite. The house and real estate did go to the crooks, but that's just a drop in the ocean. The main capital is in the bank, and only Zack can access it because he memorized the secret code. When Mr. Sherwell passed away, I secretly took Zack to my house. I accidentally overheard the true plans of those people. They were going to pocket the money and then just send the boy to a third-rate closed institution. They were going to pocket the money and then send the boy to a third-rate, closed institution. They're searching for us, Jared. That's why we decided to hide in the village for a while and think about what to do next," Anne explained, instinctively looking over her shoulder.
"Yes, what a situation. In general, I think you should go to the police, but you can stay with us as long as you need to. There's plenty of room in the house. My mother won't mind. You know, I've been feeling bad myself. I was seen by a renowned doctor in the city, but to no avail. Weakness, dizziness, nausea," Jared said, genuine sympathy in his voice.
"Thank you for your support. Forgive me for asking, but who did you see? What's the doctor's name? You know, I'm not uninformed about the medical world," Annie asked, furrowing her brow.
"Dr. Leonetti," Jared replied without hesitation.
"Dr. Ben Leonetti?" she clarified in disbelief.
"Well, yes. Is there a problem?"
Annie suddenly paled and her expression changed. "Jared, you might not be aware, but Ben Leonetti lost his medical license 2 years ago. It was a huge scandal. He couldn't have treated you last month." Surprised, Jared nearly dropped the bag holding the fox cub.
"So I was treated by a quack?"
Anne sighed sadly, gesturing with her hands. "And the medicine you were given was something bad or useless. In fact, you need a CAT scan." As Jared walked through the forest, he couldn't believe he had been deceived all this time. And it was Chelsea who had recommended this doctor and his clinic to him. Suddenly, everything became so. That's why Chelsea and Vincent insisted I get treatment from this doctor. Shaking his head, Jared led his new acquaintances into the forest, towards a glade known for its abundance of mushrooms. "Wow, what a beautiful mushroom! Look, it's red!" exclaimed Zack, rushing towards a large mushroom with a cap covered in strange speckles. No, dear, that's a fly agaric. Don't touch it, throw it away," Anne shouted, moving between the boy and the mushroom. Jared smiled and continued their search for edible mushrooms. Step by step they went deeper and deeper into the forest, not even realizing that at this very moment a huge black SUV appeared in the village. The strangers in the vehicle stopped at each house, looking for a young woman and a 7-year-old boy. The village residents reacted with unease to their presence. When the ominous vehicle stopped at Sarah's house, the 3 strangers got out, opening the gate. Sarah immediately sensed trouble, recalling the peculiar behaviour of her guests. She locked the door with the deadbolt and promptly dialed the local police.
"Hey, lady, weren't you welcoming your guests?"
A rough male voice called from the street. "Oh, I just got a little distracted. I'll be right there," she said in a deliberately affectionate tone. Sarah was doing this to detain the men before the arrival of the policeman, who had already called all those who could help in the arrest. Rattling iron, she showed with all her looks that she could not open the unyielding deadbolt. But for the bandits, who persistently followed the trail of the young heir, it did not matter. A powerful blow to the area of the lock, and the door flew off its hinges with a nasty creak. Sarah fell on her back, and the men were already busily rummaging through the bag, so recklessly left by Anne on the chair.
"Here's the proof, boss." "They were definitely here," shouted one of the leader's underlings.
Sarah's heart skipped a beat. Her deception was exposed. In an hour and a half, Jared and Anne could return home, and here would be a skillfully disguised ambush waiting for them. However, the raiders overlooked one thing: the solidarity of the villagers. They had promptly responded to the district police officer's call and armed themselves with pitchforks, shovels, and anything else they could find. They began to tighten their circle around Sarah's house. Initially, the raiders used threats of retribution and prosecution. However, Upon realizing they were cornered, they attempted to escape. Naturally, they were apprehended and taken to the district station in their own vehicle. During interrogation, it was revealed that the 3 detainees were wanted for a string of robberies targeting solitary, elderly individuals. So, thanks to Sarah's quick thinking, the criminals were arrested and Anne and Zach could resume their normal lives. But despite everything, the doctor chose not to return to the city, opting instead to stay in the welcoming home. To Jared's great relief, his ailment vanished as quickly as it came, once Anne prescribed him a suitable, gentle treatment. As it was later revealed, Chelsea and Vincent had conspired with the discredited doctor to deceive Jared with ineffective medicine. The aim of the conspirators was simple: to take the wary businessman out of the game, to take over his business and apartment. Upon discovery of the deceit, Chelsea and Vincent were detained on the same day and were facing a rigorous investigation and potential criminal punishment. However, this hardly concerned Jared, who, after divorcing his ex-wife, planned to start a new life with Anne and their adopted son Zach. The inheritance from the boy's late grandfather would be saved until Zach's adulthood. Jared rebuilt his business and things slowly started to get better. But the most important for him was that he had finally found the love and happiness he had sought for 7 years. Sarah was confident that her son would have nothing to fear with such a loving wife. And why should he, when their home was watched over by a clever fox?